Call to order this February 19th, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Please rise for the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we have roll call?
Yes. Jason Decker,
Here.
Mary Lee Hall,
Here.
Samantha Hall,
Here.
William Hall,
Here.
Jeremy Hash,
Here.
Jennifer Henkel,
Here.
Nathan Henkel,
Here.
Lisa Staller,
Here.
Joseph Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the February 19th, 2026 agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for the January 15th, 2026 board meeting, as well as the February 17th, 2026 Personnel and Policy Committee meeting, and the February 17th, 2026 Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting minutes. Anyone want to move that? So moved.
Second.
And any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that carries. Which brings us to 4.01, our student representative report. Caleb.
Thank you. Got a few notes for you guys and then a few dates. In most recent memory, last night was the, where'd it go? Battle of the Buildings. I was fortunate enough to be the student team captain. It was an amazing experience. We tied the high school teachers, which was kind of sad. But next year, I have faith in the team next year. Friendship ended up taking the win overall, the first time in recent memory. So congratulations to them. And then I believe it was Shrewsbury who took the Spirit Award, which is always fun. Much deserved. I saw an inflatable shark costume. That was new. Then I also, if some of you might remember, I won the essay contest for Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, and part of that was I got to shadow a day with her, and that was very, very fun. It was a great experience. So I want to give a thank you to all of her staff, to Mr. Posner for making that opportunity available, and obviously to Senator Kristen Phillips Hill. Then some other events and notes. The Winter Carnival went very well. Another special thank you to all the clubs, advisors, attendees for making our second annual Winter Carnival a big success. We also, I think it was last month, hosted the first girls wrestling match, which is very exciting. I believe that was that added last year, 2 years ago?
Officially, the team is this year.
Yeah. So very, very exciting. And also in women's sports, we have Elena Snyder, who's the most recent addition to our 1,000-point club. Very, very impressive. If you guys haven't seen them play, the team is amazing. I believe they're still going in postseason now.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, be there. Then some more dates for you guys. The band Swing Dance has been moved to the spring. Date TBD. March 2nd, spring sports begin. Very excited for track. Just needs to warm up a little bit more. Fingers crossed. Then March 4th, the College and Career Fair at 5:30 p.m. March 10th, the Principal's Parent Advisory Committee at 6 p.m. Then March 10th, the SHS Chamber Orchestra Concert at 7. That one's always very fun to watch. You get to see smaller groups perform. Then on March 19th, the end of marking period 3. Then the musical theater weekend, theater musical weekend is the 20th to the 22nd. And another shout out to Mr. Amberman for providing such amazing opportunities such as the First Responder and Military Career Night at 5:30 p.m. on March 21st, or 24th, sorry. It'll be a great experience in addition to the College and Career Night, because college is not for everyone, so it's great that he's providing such amazing opportunities. And that's all I've got for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question. What night was the chamber concert?
Chamber concert was,
March 10th.
yeah, March 10th, 7 p.m.
I do have to make note.
Okay.
The high school student team last night may have been the most organized, best led group of students we've ever had. Similar to friendship winning
Yeah,
at the top, even though you did tie, which is
yeah,
crucial.
yeah.
Congratulations, Captain.
Thank you.
You were good sports last night. Sometimes the student team are
Yeah.
not such good sports. You were very good sports.
They get rowdy with the stream.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5.01, we'll have a presentation on a potential enhanced district-wide communication tool called Parent Square.
Good evening. So we are here tonight to recommend the consolidation of many of the communications tools that are used throughout the district into a system that primarily uses a single communications platform. So what does that mean? As a district, our staff, teachers, and coaches all currently use a variety of systems to communicate with parents, students, and the community. So as you can see, we have a number of different apps that are being used throughout the district. Some are paid apps and some are free apps. So to give you an example of how they're being used, School Messenger is used to send out the robocalls and the text messages and many of the emails. So this is where, this is what's used when there's a 2-hour delay or a virtual day or a power outage or maybe a bus delay. School Messenger is what's being used for that. MailChimp is used by the elementary schools to send out district newsletters, and we also use it to send out elementary schools use it to send out their elementary building newsletters, and we also use it to send out the district newsletter. And My Conference Time is used by parents and teachers to schedule conferences. And then among the free apps, the Class Dojo is used by many of the elementary classrooms. Classroom teachers, Sports U is used by athletics, band is band. And so as you can see, we have a lot of different apps for a lot of different purposes. And the thought is that consolidating them all into one system makes it easier really for everybody to use so that we don't have staff and parents in the community really trying to maintain and learn and use different systems. So when we look at the different communications platforms that are out there, the primary goals are ensuring safety and accessibility, making sure that we are meeting all of the legal requirements related to age, ADA compliance, and security. And having said that, there's still a lot of platforms out there, and so we look to narrow that down, and Dr. Houston will tell you how we did that.
So we started by pulling every type of communication tool that we could find out there. And we really wanted to do our due diligence and really see what's out there, what is able to provide kind of like a one-stop shop. So we were able to kind of narrow it down to Final Site, School Messenger, which is what we currently use, Parent Square, and Looms. And we decided we need to pull in from this initial group. We wanted to kind of narrow it down and then pull in a group of different stakeholders to come to kind of look at each one of them, go through presentations by the companies, and find out more about them. So as we narrowed it down, we wanted to get it down to 3. School Messenger has a brand new platform, so we wanted to evaluate that since we are currently using that. Final Site, which is what we are using for our website, and then Parent Square was the other one that we took to the committee. Our first committee, it really did have a lot of different stakeholder groups on it. We had coaches, and what we were finding is that a lot of our coaches were using a lot of different apps. So we were trying to figure out, okay, what's the best ones? We started looking at privacy, and we really said we need to find a way to make sure that our students' information is always safe. So that's where we started evaluating these 3 platforms and finding out, how do you gather the information and the data? We had our athletics people coming on board, we had counselors, teachers, our teachers union had representatives, administrative assistants, we had parents and transportation, we looked at business, human resources, we tried to think of every group that we possibly could to bring in to have a little bit of a demo to see what are the different platforms. And then really looking at the idea that we wanted something for mass communication that goes out for those emergency things, but then also to be able to have for our newsletters, 2-way communication, which would be where teachers send something to a parent and a parent would send something back. We use Class Dojo. Once again, that's a company out of Canada. So we were talking with them, looking at privacy policies and all of those things. But ultimately, we wanted something that was going to be easy to use for our parents and community. So we narrowed it down. We had went through these 3 systems, and we really looked at what is the one-stop shop? How do we make sure that 2-way messaging is really working well? We wanted to also look to see, is there something, we keep talking about ADA and the compliance issues that we have to be have in place for 2027. We were looking for something that'll help us all with this, with our communication. Templates automatically prompt you to do some of these ADA components. So we looked at that when we were looking at these 3 different platforms. We wanted to make sure that we had good translation for different languages and looking at a robust system that would be able to do that. Having an opportunity to include forms and RSVP type of information. And then once again, ease of use for our stakeholders, which would include our teachers and most importantly, our parents.
So at the end of the demo, where we had all the stakeholders in the room, we asked them to go through a rubric, kind of evaluate it, and then we did a vote anonymously among the room. The votes came back with 14 votes for Parent Square, 3 votes for Final Site. And it was really interesting going around the room after everybody voted and just hearing their viewpoints on why they voted. And anybody from athletics to the counselors to teachers to parents that were in the room, they all had their own unique aspects, but they all gravitated towards Parent Square for the most part with the 14 votes. And it was very eye-opening to see how everybody could use the new platform to enhance their communications with their responsible department. One of the main recurring themes was that one-stop shop user interface. Being able to just have everything under one app, one platform, not have to bounce between 5, 6, 7, 8 different applications was really the selling feature. Both platforms were great, but Parent Square really stood out in a couple areas, such as administrative overhead. It's really going to be a reduction to the administrative burden and better oversight on the communications that are going out from the district. That unified interface, all mass notifications, 2-way messaging, newsletters, everything's going to be in one-stop shop. It almost has more of like a social media feel. So if you've used Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, you're going to be able to dive right in and have that very familiar feel in the palm of your hand when you're using the app. Equitable access with the real-time translation to 100 different languages. And the mobile experience, like I mentioned, they really try to push people towards that app. However, you do not need it. If there's people in the community that they don't want the smartphone app, you can always roll back and work off of texting or email. You can use the website or just a simple phone call. So after we decided that we were going to move forward with Parent Square, as we do with any app that comes into the district, we want to make sure that they have a very robust cybersecurity posture. We always go on, we check out everything, we ask the company. In Parent Square, they were very transparent about it. They have an entire page dedicated to their cybersecurity compliance. I'm going to get into a little tech jargon, so I apologize for that. But SOC 2 Type 2, basically showing that they have their internal controls under lock and key. It's a third-party auditor that comes in, and they witness it not just from a snapshot, but from a 6 to 12-month rolling period, just to make sure that everything is the way that they say it is. They're actually walking the walk instead of just talking the talk. It's things like multi-factor authentication for all of their users, backups, correct onboarding, offboarding, stuff like that. They're also ISO 27001 rated. That is the international standard for cybersecurity. It basically just proves that they have a rigorous framework for proactive systems. Going back to the EdTech side of things, they have an iKeepSafe certification, which is basically the gold standard for any EdTech tool. Basically anything student privacy, COPA, FERPA, the iKeepSafe makes sure that they keep all student data private and they are up to any state and federal regulations. Again, I apologize, that's a lot of tech jargon. But in a nutshell, they basically have the gold standard on everything for all of their cybersecurity platforms.
So as we were going through this, and we narrowed it down to parents where we weren't done yet. We wanted to continue to work with our stakeholder groups. So we wanted to make sure we had our teacher group looking at this, but we also wanted to make sure that all of our administrators were comfortable with this, because this is how they would send out all their newsletters. So we had a place for them to be able to see a demo and get into the sandbox. One of the things that they really liked about it is that it's very user-friendly, but also the ease of use of it. It really did take and lead you through. It's very much intuitive to the different apps that we have on our phones today. We then identified and thought we need to come and bring this to another parent group, because really that's who we want to make sure is going to be able to use this in a way that's going to be a benefit and help them to get our communication without overwhelming them. So we brought it to a group that had both parents and community members. Because the other thing with this is that it also helps us to put out information to community members. They can actually sign up for an account and get information. So as we went through, we asked our group at the end to give us some feedback as to what they thought of it, lows and grows. They loved the fact that it's a one platform for all communication. They also love the fact that as a parent, you can decide how you want to get the information. You can actually log in to the app, and it'll come up information for you on there. It'll also, you can decide if you want to have a text message sent to you or an email. So there's a lot of different ways you can get the information, and you get to decide. You can also decide what information you don't want sent to you, or you can go in later and see what was posted, but it's not coming right to your phone. The caveat to that, though, is anything that goes out as an emergency supersedes everything. It actually goes out in multiple formats to make sure those emergency communications go out to our groups. The other thing that they liked is that it actually has a transcription feature that will record information, whether it's message sent out from a coach to a team saying, hey, practice has to be canceled tonight because we have bad weather. And then they forget, oh, wait a minute, who sent that? I have 3 kids. I want to find which one of these were canceled for this evening or all 3. So they really liked the idea that it also keeps transcription for our groups. So once we had this information, we decided that we wanted to call other districts that actually use this. And you'll be able to see some of those districts are like Dover and Redline in our area. And then we also contacted other people from outside of our footprint. This is the thing that was very surprising for me. I talked to many of their communications directors or their director of curriculum. The one thing I kept hearing over and over, best decision we ever made. Communication has now become a thing that is actually beneficial for our parents. There's a way that you're able to see who actually got the communication, who opened the communication, how many different ways it was sent to them, or if it bounces back. So they said they're able to take care of a lot of issues that they were having with people not getting the communication because they're getting reports that tell them this. In addition, they also said that one of the other features is that it really does have that one-stop shop. Whenever you want to do a field trip, it goes through this. Parents can actually sign the field trip forms, attendance letters. It'll come out and say, your student is at field today, and you can send the attendance information right in through this. So they really said that this has helped to streamline a lot of different processes that they were using in the past.
So I will piggyback on Dr. Hughes' comments on the reaching out to the other districts. I did the same thing. I know Christina did with communications, and just to go along with what she was saying, some of the comments that I got from the other tech departments was, I wish we had switched sooner. We recommend without hesitation, nothing but positive feedback, no buyer's remorse. And it really goes hand in hand with one of the first things that the Parent Square representative told us, and we verified online, is that 50% of districts across America are using Parent Square, or roughly close to 50%, and they have between a 98 and 99% retention rate. So once districts switch over, they love it, they do not leave, they stay with it. So going into the cost analysis, we're kind of breaking it down a little bit. The onboarding fee, the first line up there, School Messenger and Final Site were right around $2,000 for the onboarding cost. Parent Square is sitting at $750. What that gets us is, if we do move forward with Parent Square, as soon as we sign the contract, we are able to start our integrations, get everything up and running, do all of our trainings, and basically have everything that we need to have, so when that July 1 deadline comes around and we roll into the first year, we can hit the ground running, we're ready to go. We don't have to then take our time and spin up over the summer. For the annual cost, School Messenger and Final Site, we did have to add in other features. School Messenger, we would have to keep MailChimp just to add the newsletter functionality that we were trying to accomplish. Kind of defeats the purpose of having the stop if we have to break it into multiples. Same with Final Site. They didn't really have the parents-teacher conferencing signups that we wanted, so we would need to keep another application on top of Final Site. They both came in around $9,000 a year. We do recognize that Parent Square is $3,000 more than the other two. However, that's a cost that, as we talked about it as a group, we really thought that it was justified and well worth the extra $3,000. From the terms of parents and really the feedback that we got from the other districts of, it's a single platform, a really reduced app fatigue of switching between all the different apps, and the higher engagement level from the community. For teachers, it's an all-in-one ComSpot, has the real-time translation for the parents of non-English speaking families, built-in conference scheduling, sign-ups, forms, and like Dr. Hughes said, the read receipts to be able to keep that engagement going, find out which parents aren't actually logging in and reading it, and then being able to reach out in different ways to get a full community, full class engagement for what's going on. And then we do have a line in there for the virtual phone. That was a really neat feature. That Parent Square was the only company that we talked to that had it, where all of our teachers would basically get a phone number that's not theirs, but it would work through the app, and they could use it to reach out to parents on a normal day if they just need to have a conference, if we have a snow day or anything. And I lost my spot there. Yeah. We are not recommending that we're going with it right now. We are going to just get the main platform up and running. A lot of other districts have done it this way, where it's a heavy lift to automatically switch over from what we have now, condense all the apps, get all the training in place, and then we will be coming back in year 2 and recommending it. The $3,375 is based off of a per student rate, so depending on where our enrollment is, that may fluctuate a little bit, but based on the feedback that other districts had, this was a great model to get the main platform up and running and then come back later and add it in.
So We started our evaluations in November and kind of went through. Our last session was with one of our board members to kind of go through the demo with us. We're now looking at coming in March. We did our presentation today. We're coming back in March for permission to approval for the Parent Square platform. And then as soon as if that goes through, we would start literally the following day with getting things up and running. Because what our plan would be is that we would start training in the spring for our teachers, our admin, and our staff in-house. We would then provide training for our parent groups. One of the things that's really nice with this is that they have video training sessions, and they're quick and easy. So it talks about when you want to take and change the way that you want to receive your information. If you don't want text, you can actually click a button when it comes up and it'll stop the text. But behind the scenes, you can also go in and say, I want all of my information going to my email, or I want all of my information you put your preference first. In addition, we also have trainings then for our teaching staff to make sure we want to have them be able to get in and start setting this up now, so that whenever we come back to school in the fall, it's ready to go. We've worked out any kinks. We want to kind of have some rollouts where we try it with groups of people. And then ultimately, we would be using it for even our community events and being able to get those pieces in. This actually talks with our Sapphire system. So it will allow us to keep our Sapphire system and keep everything updated in there so that we have then the Parent Square updated as well. And so
just a quick recap. So we are recommending moving to a single system to facilitate the communications between home and school, and just a single secure bridge in that regard. And we're recommending that the Parent Square contract be approved at the March 2026 meeting.
May I ask a couple of questions, please? So great presentation, thank you very much. I wondered if between now and March, before anything is approved, if there could be any research in response to what other school districts are, when they're using it, if they've had problems that are posted with Parent Square, like data issues with incorrect student account crossing with parents, and then difficulty with connectivity, crashing a lot, and then at the same time, when it's in high usage, that chance becoming a lot more, that could be super difficult, in an emergency situation. And then limited functionality with smaller groups, like a coach trying to use it for his team, that it would be cumbersome to get all the signups for that in a timely manner, and there's lost communications with some going out, and when the last parents are signing up, information is lost, it doesn't come back and populate. So I wondered if maybe those questions, if there were any answers from the school districts that use them, so that we would have that. I was looking at any opportunity for communication grants too. I didn't see anything, and of course, every dollar counts, so concerned about that too.
So yes, we can do more. I can tell you that we have some of those answers already. Some of this, one of the things that was really nice about with working with the groups that we did, we asked parents to send in as well as community members, and we got lists of questions that they had everything from how do you offload if we decide to move away from them.
Sure.
So we have lots of information that the company has provided about a lot of those pieces, so we can definitely answer them for
Or
you.
maybe a testing period, is that even possible? I mean, I imagine you have to, be all in when you're all in.
Yeah, one of the things we did ask was we have a sandbox currently, but you can only get into it if you have a Southern New York County School District email. Because we had a couple of parents that we were trying to get in, but anyone that has Southern New York County School District, we can put you in for the sandbox.
Okay, thank you.
I had a few quick questions too. Would it be accessible from the homepage, like a quick link from the district homepage, if it goes live? Okay. And you said in the first slide, can we go back there real quick? You said the paid apps for School Messenger, MailChimp, and My Conference Time. And then when you broke it down later, My Conference Time was under the second one. So how much are we paying currently for all three of them?
So I have that somewhere. I believe currently, so the where we're at currently, we have to upgrade anyway. We do currently have School Messenger. However, we don't have the platform that has the two-way messaging and has the more robust features that the newer School Messenger has. So that's why we have all these extra platforms like MailChimp, My Conference Time. So your question was, like, on the final site, why? No, it was how much are we paying now?
How much are we currently paying now for all three of them?
So currently, it is right around 7,000 or 8,000.
7,592.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there.
And 53 cents.
Somewhere exactly around there. We would have to upgrade anyway. So that's why the option with School Messenger was more than that exact amount.
And that's something that we should also put in with this first slide, is that we're currently we have a fractured system. So we have the old version. And one of the things that we looked at with the School Messenger, to get the nice version, it was 25,000.
Yeah.
Not
Big
nice?
difference.
It wasn't, when we heard that, we're like, and the other piece that we also found when we were doing a lot of the demos, they kept saying to us, like, Final Site, love Final Site, they are our website, we do a great job with them, but it's for our website. We wanted to also look and say, if something goes down with our website, really back to your question, if something goes down with our website, we still have Parent Square the contact, or vice versa. So we have two systems, so we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket. But we also identified that, okay, so some of the free apps that we're using, SportsU is one app that our coaches were using, but when we identified, we ended up having like 8 different apps people were using. Unfortunately, we found out that some of them can't be used by middle school students. So we had to go, like, we actually contacted the company and had our information removed to make sure that we are always being diligent with what we're doing. So that's why we went through. In some of them, they were telling us, oh, you can use Google to do this feature that you want. So when we looked at the difference in costs, we're like, okay, Parent Square is giving us all of these things. And then they're telling us over with these other two, either you can go up to the 25,000, or with this one, use Google. And we're like, that doesn't give us the safety and the security that we're really looking for.
Right.
So that's where we were really looking and saying, we have to, Mr. Wilson has said, free is never free. So we have to start looking at those free apps that we were using and saying, no, we can't, we have to go to something that's more secure for our students.
Okay. With that 12,000, 168, is that like a certain amount of users, or is that however many we got? There's no cap to that?
There is not.
All right. And then you said there's trainings for admin, teachers. Is there also training for parents?
Yes.
All right, that's it. I'm good.
I had a follow-up question,
Sure.
and then I had some other questions. So my follow-up question to what Jeremy asked was, so we, 7,592, so does that mean that all goes away? So all of that will go away, so we don't need School Messenger, we don't need any of that? Okay, and then I wanted to ask with Parent Square, how long that product has been out?
That I'll have to look into.
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't
it's
know.
been a number of years.
Okay.
I know that a lot of the districts that we talked to, they were going into either their third or their fourth year. And a lot of those districts were also telling us, it was very interesting, the number of districts that were moving from one vendor to another. They were finding the same things that we were talking about, is that we really wanted a system that would really do that one stop. And the other feature to this that I forgot to mention earlier is that it does a rollout at 6 o'clock every night. So the information goes out, so you're not getting pinged all day except for if it's an emergency. So a lot of those features are things that were very beneficial to us.
And then in terms of, so one of the questions was, is this replacing email?
Yeah. So what will happen is that do you want to explain this one, the Google, how it can clone? So your email, your Gmail account is attached to the Parent Square. So you will still get,
So yeah, it's not going to replace email, but we are going to try to use it as the primary mode of communication between the district and our community. Email is still going to be necessary for contact, within the district with vendors, and Parent Square does send an email from their system into Gmail. So teachers aren't going to have to jump between email Parent Square to miss communications and find stuff. If they're living in Parent Square, they're going to live in Parent Square. If they're living in their email, they're going to get a notice from Parent Square, and then they can actually respond to parents directly from their email, but it goes through Parent Square. So the parent, they're going to just see everything going through Parent Square. They're not going to know that they're actually emailing the teacher. We did talk to Parent Square and asked them, have any other districts replaced this with email? And they said no. It's really just kind of an added bonus. It allows for simplification and just bringing everything together for the parent and the community. But email is still going to live on, yes.
So the one term that I saw was mirroring, so that it would send a copy of every message in Parent Square to the email. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, they would, I guess like the other backup question I have is with the account piece of it. So do we know at other schools what type of adoption rate they have with parents setting up? I'm assuming you need an account for it to work.
Yes and no. Okay. So by default, when we upload everybody on the initial upload for all of our parents, students, everybody naturally has an account, but you don't need to log in to be able to use the platform. Starting on day one of us using it, us sending out mass notifications, whether it be an emergency or a snow day or there's an event coming up next week, they're still going to get those emails. So if they never actually go in and create an account or log into their account, they're still going to get those notifications.
Okay.
It's just Parent Square really recommends going in and at least setting up your account, because then you can really control the level of notifications, the methods that you get it through. But yeah, if you don't sign up, you're not forced to do it.
Okay. And then.
Greg, do you want to talk about the sync with Sapphire, on how it's creating the accounts with the sync with Sapphire?
Yeah, so anything that we have in Sapphire right now, that's going to be an automated sync that goes in the Parent Square. So, if a student is tied to 4 parents within the system, they're automatically going to go in. If there's any changes to addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, anything like that, that'll be a nightly sync. So if you do have anything and you call in, you make that change, you add a parent, you change a contact type, it's going to be going nightly. And Parent Square will stay up to date and in sync with what we have in Sapphire.
So Sapphire is your source of truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then another question was the concern over with the apps that we have for sports, how will students utilize that if what was written to me was that the app requires users to be 14 years old. So in middle school, you have some students that are younger than that. So talk to me a little bit about how students will be using this, or will they?
You want to go?
Sure.
Okay.
So one of the things that we can do with this is that high school students are of age that they can go in. We can get parent permission for students that are in sports clubs, those types of things. But we had asked the vendor, are we able to marry a student account with a parent account? So if a message goes to a student, it also goes to the parent. So
Okay.
there is no individual communication that's going on per se with a student then.
So is that a default setting, or do we have to set that up to be that way?
It's part of our, like, onboarding, like, we would have to tell them that we want that. And they said, like, we can put the parameters, we can say how long, you know, it does keep all of the transcriptions right now for 7 years. They said you can make that determination of how many years you would like that to be, but their normal is 7. So those are all the things that we would do during the initial setup.
Okay. And then I think that's everything. One thing I did want to suggest is, I looked through our policies, and we don't necessarily have like a particular policy on communication, but we do have policies that are related to communication. And so I was thinking maybe we needed to take a look at those just to see, like, I know we just have one up that we did for Title I parent and family engagement. We didn't make any changes to it, but, you know, maybe we just need to look at it in light of any of this. And I don't know if the company has any recommendations for maybe how school districts have built anything into their policy on communication. Maybe it's not needed, but I think it's a good question to ask. I think that's it.
So you had indicated that about half of school districts use this.
Yes.
One thing that worries me a little bit when a company approaches that type of market share is they have a tendency to raise the price over time significantly. So I was curious about the contract structure. Is this a single-year deal, multi-year deal?
So the contract, I hate to say the word contract because it's not really a contract. If we do a single year, they said that they would the price would go up about 5 to 7% annually. However, if we sign on to a contract, we have the option to get out every year as long as we give them ample notice. I believe it was May 1st of every year, and that the price would only go up about 3% per year.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. If we can get some cost certainty into it for
Yes.
multiple years, that would be excellent.
And I would think giving notice wouldn't be a problem for us. We would know that we wanted off of it long before then.
Right.
Just one follow-up question on one of the ones I had. So I understand what you're saying is that everything will be carbon copied, if you will, from parent to student. But is there any need that we have to set up something so that there could be no private messaging, like between the teacher, coach, and a student?
That would be, from my understanding, part of our onboarding, like that it would not allow private messages to go, like it would be that a student would be tied to a parent.
And in the event that something could happen, is there a way for the district to be able to have auditing of all, like, in other words, that
Yes.
somebody couldn't delete it and then it goes away?
Yes.
They could have that?
No, every single thing that happens on the system is maintained for 7 years.
Okay.
And even if we go towards the virtual phone, even that is tied in, and it has a 7-year piece of being able to see what happened with the virtual phone. Yes.
I would imagine that's actually one of the big benefits, because with the many systems that we currently have, and with my knowledge that even though this is not what's supposed to happen, there have been cases of a staff member texting a team or a group. By putting everything in one place, then we can audit it, whereas that capability might be very highly variable with all these different applications.
Yeah, from what we saw, the administrative oversight in this was fantastic. Whether it be a principal, they could, see the communications that are happening within their building, all the way up to Dr. Bryson being able to see everything that happens, in the entire district. But yeah, from what we saw, the auditing and reporting is fantastic.
Okay, I have 3 questions. One, would this be the main form of communication from teachers to parents? So emails, all of those things are all going to flow through this. No longer, will the internal emails still flow through it? So everything flows through it. All right. Question 2, you said that you can link a parent account to someone under the age of 14. Would we have that same link happen with children over the age of 14?
We could.
I guess then that leads to my last question, which is, if we're going to wade down into this, we probably should have a policy that governs how that's done. So that, you know, we can make the decision of, and I mean, having, you know, kids in sports, I think it's a good idea to maybe require that communication to be attached to a parent.
At a minimum, that parents can choose to have that turned on.
Opt in or out?
At a minimum, yeah, at a minimum, opt in. But I think that's a different discussion, but I think
Right.
it's definitely something we need to address, I agree.
And it means that this is sort of outside of our policies, that's probably something we should look into.
Well, I think it gives us the opportunity, because, I mean, with all the current systems, it might be intractable to try to have a policy like that, but this gives us the opportunity, I think, to do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could also then, you know, we've used so many different apps with the sports teams over the years that this, not only would this potentially clear that up, but then also we would probably need to require it. You know, so that all of these other apps would not be able.
Oh,
to be
yeah.
used.
Yeah, I think it would be use this, do not use Band App anymore, do not use this thing anymore, yeah.
That was actually something that also came up from our, the teachers in the union. As we were looking at this, as having like here's the minimal requirements, that we would put together something that would say like, this is the minimal that you must use this, just to make it very clear for people.
Quick question on, okay, so this is going to be on next month's agenda for approval. Now, the sign-up process you guys referred to is a lot of choices and rules. Can we sort of see what we're going to start out with? Like, what is our answer to the question of how to are we tying a parent to a child and what age and all that? Is there any way that we can sort of see that going into the next meeting?
I'm sure that we can. The representative has been
Just-
very,
yeah,
very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would help clarify, I think, answer some of the questions that I'm hearing from the board here.
So kind of show us the menu of options that are available and which one we're selecting.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
all these different.
Yeah, because, I mean, if it's got all these rules in it, well, let's, you know, I mean, obviously, we may not be able to get a policy set up in time to do it if we're going to approve it next month, but, you know.
We could have a policy in place before.
Before it would be
Before it'd be
implemented, yes.
used, yeah.
Yes. So, but this would give us a head start on what sort of things are options even to consider as far as the policy goes.
So I think as far as policy, I was looking at 908, relations with parents and guardians. I thought that might be a place where it could look. And then specifically for Title I, there's, I forget which policy it is, 918, I think it is. And that is another one where it might be. And just also, the relations with parents and guardians probably needs to be looked at anyway because it was last reviewed in 1992.
That's like pre-internet.
I was 6.
One last question. Have we looked at or considered extending some of this, you know, the functionality of this to the PTOs?
Yes, so that was something that when we were meeting with the vendors in all of our different stakeholder groups, there is a way, you actually, in your little scrolling bar that says what groups you want to see, PTO was in there, band boosters, like it can be for any group that you have in the district.
Okay.
Or even in, we can do like our community leaders group. We can do other groups that are in, and she showed us how people can sign up from the community into different groups as well.
Okay.
That just want to get information about things that are happening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, also, just by the way, I did look up all the reputation, and it's like between 4.7 and 4.8. It's very, very highly ranked. So my questions were really just directed on safety and protection and not so much the platform itself. Thank you.
Also, it looks like it was launched in 2014,
Oh, okay.
and it really grew in the early 2020s.
Good.
It's ancient for a tech company.
And one last thing, York Tech also uses Parent Square. I've never logged into the app. I get all the email notifications, and I'm okay.
Well, I mean, that's good, because there's some people that's what they're gonna want, and if it's
Yeah.
working well, for the person who just wants email, then that's a good thing.
And the only thing that I heard from any negative is that people were like, we wish we had done it sooner.
Now, one thing that York Tech's implementation does is it sends notifications to parents as far as if there's an issue with any student's grade over time, or, so that may be something to look into as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 5.02, educational updates by Dr. Reppert.
Thank you, President Henkel, School Board. Good evening, welcome back. What an amazing battle of buildings last night, Caleb. I still think we have to go back to the instant replay. I think you beat the teacher.
Yeah.
But it was just great hearing that, seeing all the students and the parents cheering on. My ears were ringing through the entire night. It was so loud, and more impressive was the shark that you mentioned, Caleb. But spring sports are right around the corner, as Caleb mentioned, starting up on March 2nd. So just looking forward to, getting rid of this wintry weather out there. I'm hearing that there might be something coming up, but let's hope it just sticks to the weekend. So continuing with my theme of safe, supportive, and collaborative culture, regarding safety, Mr. Leitzel just facilitated our twice a year Parent Safety Committee meeting. He provided updates regarding the addition of the armed security guard, as well as additional safety measures that the district has put into place, including providing safety and security at our sporting events. One suggestion I would just mention that if there are any concerns that community members may have, or staff, et cetera, please reach out to Mr. Leitzel, because I know he is open to feedback and doing whatever we can to make Southern York County School District safe as it can be. As a reminder, just to all the parents, with spring sports starting in 2 weeks, please be cautious as you're driving in and around campus. We will have a lot of students that will be on the fields, out running with the track, so make sure you're being a little cautious, obeying those speed signs, as you're coming through the campus, keeping our students safe. Under supportive, got a bunch of congratulations here. Congratulations goes out to following high school choir students who auditioned and earned spots in the 2025-2026 PMEA District 7 Vocal Jazz Ensemble to be held at Dover High School March 13th and 14th. Students who earned the spots were Lee Schanberger, Madison Frere, and Sam Eby. We're also excited to share some wonderful news from the York Adams Academy. Congratulations goes out to 2 students, Lillian Shepard as well as Gabriel Woods, which we just heard about recently. They have officially graduated from the York Adams Academy. We're thankful to our school board for providing our students the opportunity to continue their career and earn their diploma. So congrats to Lillian and Gabriel. Also, congratulations goes out to 2 of our middle school students who received the Fall Rotary Students of the Semester on January 23rd. They were Nicholas Benschoof, who's a 7th grader, as well as Susan Greyer. They had an opportunity to meet and present and eat with the Rotary that morning, so congratulations, Susan and Nicholas. The following students participated in the district's PMEA 7 orchestra concert in January. They were Joyce Kramer, Madison Frere again, Jacob Iwanowitz, Allison Knopf, and Logan Trimble. Under collaborative culture, on February 4th, we had 2 student teams that collaboratively worked on projects for the PA Invention Convention state finals. The 2 teams were, there's 2 out of 9 teams that were selected across the state, and Susquehannock had 2 of those. The teams were Team Bada Boom, which was Steve Lanigan and Max Border. They designed a bat cover for active use during batting practice. It was designed to use a combination of rubber and carbon fiber to mimic the same jump off of a bat with a protective sleeve. And Team Modular Port Device by Evan Dunkel, David Foster, and Clayton Cromer. They created the modular port device system to be built into future computers will allow ports to be swapped in and out individually instead of using exterior dongles and cords. So congratulations to Stephen, Max, Evan, David, and Clayton for representing our district very well. Just a few events that were not covered. On Wednesday, February 25th will be the district-wide orchestra concert, grades 3 through 12 at the high school, starting at 7 p.m. And we'll see everybody back here. Oh, got an early dismissal on Friday, the March 6th. And then we'll see everybody back here on March 17th for the Education Committee, Budget and Finance, followed by the board meeting on the 19th. So let's have a great rest of February or not. Choice is yours.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6.01, public comment. We have a few tonight. First one is Brad Doberman.
Good evening, Brad Doberman. I'm the fire chief with Shrewsbury Volunteer Fire Company. I just wanted to stop by tonight and give a quick thanks and an update on the volunteer tax credit program. In 2022, the school district implemented this to help incentivize volunteer firefighters to be more active and to recruit more people to the volunteer fire service. That first year in 2022, my fire department, Shrewsbury, we had 17 people qualify for the program. The next year, 19, the next year, 30, and this past year, 37. The criteria for those 4 years has not changed. It's remained the same. The way we record things have stayed the same. So that represents people being more active, and we're definitely seeing an influx of new people. It's not just because of this program, but this program contributes to a larger program that is helping us get new people in the door and be active. This area, Southern York County, Glen Rock, New Freedom, Shrewsbury, Jefferson, includes Stewartstown. They're still all volunteer, and I challenge people to find another geographical area in the county that large that isn't paying firefighters. So I just want to thank you for sticking with us, and it's clearly not a short-term program, a 1 or 2 year thing, but over the 4 years you can see that it really has made a difference, and I will hang around if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Val Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Val Brown Dennis, and I live in Shrewsbury Township. Last month, we heard during public comment that enrollment is dropping in our school district. Enrollment and resulting funding changes affect our community. Who do we welcome to our community? Who would we like to see move out of our community? As I look at the list of first readings of updated policies, the topics look like a smorgasbord of how we hope that our children and teenagers will live healthy adult lives. I have heard us agree on our hopes for the adult lives of our children. One of the things we see differently is how we view people and the history of people. We have shared humanity, we have different experiences. Many schools support Black History Month. Next week I will attend the 11th annual African American Read-In in a community near ours. The event celebrates Black History Month with readings, performances, and student-led jazz. It's an important step toward acknowledging the expansive contributions of people. A search of the Southern York County School District website with Black History Month or African American History Month yielded 0 results. I also noticed that on the website page with the list of 2025-2026 dates, all of the holidays have a description except one. January 19 just says holiday. What we don't say is as plain as what we do say. Some of us acknowledge that people are treated differently based on race and/or gender, and others of us do not. The comments and experience I share have happened in our community or in areas nearby. I've heard it said by an educator that racism has been around for centuries. What are we supposed to do? Apathy has no place in public education. What are we supposed to do? We can choose to listen up front instead of just attempting to mitigate a crisis or burying incidents until they reach public knowledge. We can choose to learn, to listen, to build trust, ask how we can be useful, drop the defensive responses, and work together. I was told by an educational leader, "Val, I asked some Black students how to fix racism and they didn't know, so how should we?" I said, "We as white people have created economic and cultural racism, and now it's up to us to change our beliefs, behavior, and systems." As I led a school improvement team retreat, a teacher said, "What if we concentrate on being great rather than looking great?" I watched an educator try for a selfie with a Freedom Rider and be pushed away because a selfie is performance and not reality, an image of looking great while not necessarily representing what is genuine. I remember a long ago superintendent where I work saying, "Hey, take a photo of me over there with that minority kid for next year's calendar." This is another example of performance and not reality. I recently walked into a small local restaurant with a group of people, Black and white. I remember the whole all-white room froze, stopped talking, heads turned, some eyes narrowed. I stopped breathing for a second. I felt like I'd traveled back in time, but this was now. We have work to do in our community. We can battle each other, or we can listen and talk in person and work together. The choice is ours each day. And how do we respond to Black History Month? I've lost count of how many times I've been asked by students or adults, "Why don't we have a White History Month?" My response is the same, because every month is White History Month. I have seen graduates go to university or job training or the military and be unable to cope with the level of change and the spectrum of people. Often they drop out and return to something more familiar. It is to the benefit of the next generations to understand the spectrum of humanity in order to work through the social and environmental changes that, like it or not, we are facing together. I hear the question, why do we have to have these months? I teach some Black authors. We will continue to have the months until we reach a time when education and society have a balance. I think about the current division in the U.S. We will eventually move beyond this division, hopefully with as little violence as possible. As we unite, what do I want our community, the U.S., and the world to look like? There are many answers. With regard to education, I want strong, continually reforming public schools. I want society to return to the belief that we need experts in quality research and people who choose to learn throughout their lives. Education is how we form healthier communities and countries. I am sharing these today as part of Learning for Understanding and steps toward a United States that is genuinely united. I learn new things every day. May we each make that choice to learn each day for ourselves and for our children. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Very nice.
Hello, my name is Mary Nace, and I'm from Shrewsbury Borough. At the last board meeting, one of the discussions was around Chromebooks and the data collected on how much they were being used and the significant impact on teachers and students. What I heard, teachers were not very happy with how these Chromebooks are being used in the classroom and how they are now being shared between students. According to teachers in lower elementary, less usage impacted typing skills because they were not using the keyboard as often. It was, and as this was stated in the last meeting. So if students were not writing as often, why were teachers never concerned about writing skills and fine motor skills that were being impacted when Chromebooks became the norm? These skills should have been developed in the lower elementary grades. The loss of fine motor skills over the years is more of a concern to me than the typing. Next was the issue is that all the state tests are on computers, and third and fourth graders will have a hard time navigating tests on these computers because they have lower Chromebook usage. These kids use electronics of all sorts. I don't think that not using a Chromebook is going to hinder the test scores. Do I think we'll have lower test scores? Probably. but I don't think it has anything to do with the Chromebooks. Again, take them into a computer lab and have them work on a practice test a couple times. They'll be fine. Kids are adaptable, especially in this area. I can see what these Chromebooks have done to my kids in the lower levels and also in the higher levels as in high school. I believe Chromebooks and computers are great tools, but that's just what they are. I'm going to use my high schooler as an example, and I'm not saying this is every kid, but I'm thinking this is more kids than not. So my kid needs to spell a word. So what does he do? He says the word in the computer and Google spells it for him. It's easy, quick, and there's no real skill needed. Maybe instead, he can use a dictionary. How many students in our school district even know how to use a dictionary? What does using a dictionary do? It expands vocabulary, it enhances reading comprehension, improves spelling, teaches proper pronunciation, and the list goes on and on. So now what I'm seeing is happening is the teacher gives a book to my kids, and I've seen this. Chromebook reads it for them because they can just put it right in the computer. So now, why do the students need to read? The Chromebooks reads it for them, and this has even happened for elementary school. I saw it last year with my son. So do I really need to go over what happens when we start taking out reading and reading comprehension skills away from our students? Our students can't even look up information physically. They can't read because why do they need to? The Chromebook does it for them. And if they do have to write something, they can just say a few words and AI writes the essay for them. Now, if they don't use AI, they can write their essays. And I will tell you from looking at my own kids' things, the spelling is atrocious, the grammar is terrible, and they can't put thought together to save their life. And none of this really matters because when they turn this into the teacher gives them an A, and now we have inflated grades. I have seen this rabbit hole with my own kids, especially with my son, who is in an honors English and an AP history, but can't write a complete thought. Grammar is terrible and spelling is unbelievable, and not in a good way. And he's getting A's in all these classes. And honestly, he's home right now upset because he tried to write coaches and his writing was terrible. And now I have to work with him daily to get his grades and for him to be able to work for colleges and coaches and things like that. My challenge and what I'd like to see is the administrators to walk in an English class, especially your honors or your AP classes, because we have collaboration, right? Write an essay question on the board and tell students that they can use the book they're reading for the class, pen and paper, and any other physical book, dictionaries, etc. Then I want you to all read these essays and answer the question, grammar, punctuation, everything you were graded on in school. I would love to hear about this data in the next school board meeting. I wonder if you could be honest with parents, teachers, students, and yourself on what you find. The grade inflation is not helping these students, and it needs to be looked at seriously. Thank you very much.
We have no other public comment, so item 6.02, board discussion of public comment.
Just one of the speakers referenced enrollment figures, and I wasn't quite sure what point was being made there, but just for clarification, the way I see it, there's a couple reasons why we've been in a decade and a half decline in enrollment. Number one, the demographics of our community. We're an aging community. We're in one of the oldest states in the union, and as we know, senior citizens don't tend to have children. Secondly, we have very high housing prices here. You can thank the Federal Reserve and 10 years of zero interest rate policy for that, but it's a very unaffordable place for young families to come and live at present. Third, we have somewhat of a housing shortage for people that would like to move into this community. There aren't homes for them to move into. So I think those are the reasons why we have some issues with enrollment, and I'm not quite sure what was being suggested there, but those are the reasons.
I'd like to add on to something that Mrs. Marinay said. She was talking about Chromebooks and specifically the third and fourth grade, and whether or not their test scores would be lower because of not having familiarity with typing. And I'm not disputing that. I just wanted to reiterate that since nationally we've adopted digital methods for standardized testing, nationally the test scores have lowered because of that, we think.
Do you happen to have the breakout for not English and math? Okay.
I do not, but I could guess math gets hit the hardest.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, and in fact, I know it is, but I couldn't give you the actual stats. But yeah, since we've nationally adopted digital standardized testing, everything has dropped.
The fine motor skills issue is definitely a concern. I've seen it. I've seen it with kids who have been in school with increasing use of Chromebooks, that the way they hold pencils is increasingly inefficient and fatiguing when they write. They don't actually learn how to hold the pencils correctly. I've seen an increasing amount of that with students. I also, there is a difference between writing a word and typing it in terms of how your brain processes the word and learns how you learn to spell from reading and writing. You see the word repeatedly, but then you also, it activates a different part of the brain when you write the word and when you speak the word. That's why some of the best learning involves reading, taking notes on your reading, and also often speaking about it. That's one of the reasons that group learning, study is effective, is that when you're speaking, it engages a different part of the brain. So if we're neglecting writing, if that's the case, and maybe it's not the case across the board, maybe it's in certain classes, but if that's being neglected, I could see where that could result in deficiency.
And good news on the handwriting front with our governor signing into law the cursive instruction this month. That is a 60-day window for us to get implemented. And I know we do some of it, but I think there's definitely an opportunity to enhance and potentially even catch up some of our high schoolers who haven't really used this since they were in second grade. And obviously that's probably a topic for Education Committee that will be meeting next month.
Well, and I'm not asserting as to whether or not Ms. Nace is correct or incorrect, but it is a little disconcerting if the students can basically have their assignments read to them instead of reading them themselves, because there's obviously a significant difference between reading it and listening to it.
So I'm going to step in a little bit and say that has not been my experience and my observations in the classroom. And I'm going to speak to the English teachers across the district and say that what I observe does not match maybe the experience of every child. And I'm not in every classroom every day, but I'm in many classes over the course of the year. I do and have been a part of discussions where the onset of ChatGPT has actually increased the amount of writing students are doing because of the ability for a child to put it in. And I'm not saying during the day even. It can be after school. And if I'm doing a book or reading a book, I can certainly get the online version in a podcast at home and listen to it.
Sure. That would be different than us having it enabled on our school computers that they can do that.
And in certain cases, we do have it enabled because it's an accommodation for a student's IEP or accommodation. So I feel important to speak up to that and just say that on behalf of our staff that I see what you're doing, I see the classes, and that is not every child's experience. And my apologies, Mrs. Nace, if that is your child's experience. We will certainly do what we can to support in a better manner, but it is not my experience across the district.
Dr. Price, you mind if I speak up?
Yes.
I had an opportunity this past week to sit down with the English department at the high school doing a meeting. We call them the PLCs, Professional Learning Community. And I sat with the 9th grade honors teachers. They have them broke up by certain discipline. And I won't name the names of the 3 teachers, but they actually had written essays of their students that they were reviewing based on what they, how the students have performed. Written essays. Let me put that there. The second part, and I think this goes back to Mrs. Nace, but I think all of us, is during that conversation, they had showed a couple articles that through the nation, there's less actual physical reading that's going on. So then I asked a question of that specific group, how many books have your students read in their courses? They said they're going on their 5th into their 6th book this year. One thing they noted in some of the articles that they referenced is some schools, they're just reading excerpts. They're only reading portions of the book, and students are responding in an essay response. And our teachers were saying, we will not lower to that level. If we're going to read a novel, we're going to read a novel from start to finish. So it was just, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that I had the ability this past week actually to see written responses of students, the teachers discussing in dialogue, but more importantly say, we need to make sure that our students are actually physically reading novels as opposed to reading them on here. Now, does that happen 100% in all classes? I can't speak to that. I can just speak to when I go in to visit and Dr. Bryson goes in to visit. But I was very impressed. So kudos to the high school for their teachers recognizing that there are some challenges with devices, but it doesn't take away the fact of actually physically having that book, reading it, and then responding to whatever prompts that they may have to.
This past week, I was at the middle school, Dr. Repper, with the English teachers. It's a similar experience with their professional learning community. There's a stack of papers that they were comparing, contrasting responses from students as a result of the novel that they were reading. They shared what they did. Once a marking period, they do some type of longer read, whether it's a novel, whether it's a book they select from the library, and then it's discussed within the class, and theme and et cetera are discussed. So again, it's not to say that everything's 100% in writing either, because you have the tool, and they're utilizing that tool at times as well.
So the function of the student being able to listen to the book on their Chromebook, is that something that's standard or something that's turned on and off?
The books we're talking about are literally in hand.
No, but
So I don't.
if there's a reading assignment that is delivered via Chromebook, is every student able to say, read this to me?
I don't know the answer to whether that function's turned on or off
I think we need more
per
information on that.
student.
We need more information on that.
Yeah, not to say that there isn't instances where it's necessary.
Yeah, sure.
But, hopefully in the grander scheme of things, it would be less necessary than necessary.
We can look into it.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and, everyone good with, okay. I'm going to go ahead and move item 10.01 up to now in the agenda, so I'll turn it over to our Personnel and Policy Chair for that one.
Item 10.01 is the appointment of our Chief Financial and Operations Officer. I would like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Trevor Carrington as Chief Financial and Operations Officer for a term of 5 years, beginning July 1st, 2026, at a salary of $162,000 for year one. Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, I make a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So just just very quickly, because I know my family would probably love to get home soon. Just thank you. I've enjoyed the past 9.5 years here at the district. I'm happy to continue serving my community. So for those that don't know, I graduated from Susquehanna with Jeremy, my wife Megan. My son Nate is in 2nd grade at Friendship, so I'm just excited to continue being here, living here, and working here. It's a great place to be, so thank you again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sue, for being a great mentor for the last 9.5 years, and just everything. So I'm very appreciative, and I'll be sticking around for the rest of the board meeting for a presentation later.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so patient.
Good job, Nate. Hour and 19 minutes you sat there, bud.
He is everyone. I think you need some ice cream now.
That's right.
So do I.
Ice cream. It's still in the freezer.
All right, moving on to item 7. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
So moved.
Second?
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I got something on that. Nothing I want to change in this, but if we can look at 707, 708, and 709, but especially 07 and 09. In the future, can we look at a company that can do both of these things together, the interior and exterior, instead of having two different companies come in here 2 different times for the kind of same thing? And is there one that also can do playground equipment? Is that a possibility that we can look into?
Is it possible to bundle those with the same company?
I think it's probably possible. I can check with Mr. Buffington. I know we get quotes periodically for these to make sure that we are getting the most efficient price. The one concern I would have about it is I don't know if they have the expertise to do the inspections for these different pieces. I don't know if there's different expertise. I wouldn't know that level. So you can definitely check with Mr. Buffington. I'm sure that if that's a possibility, we'll definitely look into it. I'm sure we probably have in the past, but he would know more on like the specific certifications and things necessary for that.
If there's a company that could we'd have a lot of inspections for a lot of different things. If we could bring a lot of them under one house, it'd be very cost efficient.
Seems maybe at least worth looking at whether the bleachers can be combined, because I don't know how much difference there is in inspecting exteriors.
I don't either, but I
It
can't
seems like it'd be
imagine
similar,
that we wouldn't have looked in, but we can double check that out.
Yeah.
If there's an entrepreneur watching on YouTube out there somewhere.
I do
certified.
I do see we are getting repeat customer discount with Stadium Solutions, so that there's that to consider.
You get a punch card where you get the 10th one free or something.
Looks like we're getting about around 10% off there.
Well, it's cyclical. Graduations happen every year.
I don't like getting the 10th one free.
It kind of is.
All right, any other discussion on the consent agenda?
No.
Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Which brings us to education, and I will turn it over to Mrs. Henkel.
Excellent. 8.01 is more time to discuss Parent Square. Dr. Repper, did you want to add anything to this, or do we just want to open the floor for more?
I have nothing else to add. I know we had a lot of question and dialogue and discussion with Dr. Hughes and Mr. Hunt prior to, so I don't know if there's anything additional that the board may have for them at this time. I know I wrote down a lot of the questions that were brought up.
I have a question. When we were on the Zoom call, Dr. Hughes with Amy, was that the representative? Yes, still got it. We were discussing how, for liability purposes, this just seems like really good software for our districts. And then I was thinking about special education. I was thinking about any kind of disciplinary issues. Do we know if, obviously, emails already qualify for this? But like, for instance, when I had a student that was in the district years ago that was in the marching band and they used the band app, I know lots of the athletes do as well. Do those interactions count as an official district record? They don't. Would this? It would. So that brings everything that would be on the band app, all correspondence that are back and forth, providing protection to coaches, to teachers, to parents, to athletes. That was just something, I figured it would. That's pretty huge, actually. And for liability purposes, that is good. And then it also gives, whenever constituents reach out to me and they have something a concern, be it a behavioral problem or just misunderstandings amongst, staff members and themselves, I always recommend that after they have a phone call, go ahead and follow it up with an email and say, per our phone call this morning, we discussed the following things, thank you so much. And that way but this would be all of it now. And then if we did decide to, and I know you're not recommending it right now, but if we decided to add on the phone, what do we call that, the phone portion of this?
Virtual phone?
Yeah, where the teacher assigned a number.
That would, through this, also document a phone call as well. Not so much, it wouldn't summarize the phone call, would it?
Transcribe it.
There you have it. Yeah, so for a district standpoint, that's
Would that mean that
incredible.
a coach or teacher would never need to give their personal phone number out to a student?
It would shield all of that.
Yes.
But then it would also, phone calls are a little bit harder to prove what was said, and I assume that would also be a district official record as well, right?
The other piece to this that we wanted to make sure people understood is also for our snow days, it would allow parents to be able to interact with our teachers when we have a day where students are still interacting. Because a teacher they could still use their phone, but it goes through a Parent Square phone number. It's not their own personal cell phone.
You said that was for 7 years of backlogs. That's no additional cost, that's already built into the system?
Right. Now, to get the voice, it would be the additional fee. Because that transcribes,
$3,495?
yes, that transcribes every conversation that's happening.
Yeah, so we're, essentially at this time, we're looking at about a $3,000 difference, but I wonder, and I know Jeremy had already, or Mr. Hash had already alluded to this, but maybe we could have a better understanding between now and then of what we are paying for with MailChimp and with My Conference Time, because obviously those things are going away. So their detraction would essentially take some of that expense and mitigate it.
Was that the
And that was-
That's in the grid.
Yeah,
here.
70,
They,
7,592.
they basically said school messenger, and then they added so they had the cost of updating the latest school messenger plus MailChimp, because that would be the comparable, not as good, but comparable solution, right? And then similar with,
So at that 9,000, you've already added those in?
yeah. And then similar with Final Site, they're saying, okay, with Final Site, we need to keep My Conference Time, so that would also bring it to 9,000. And
What's the pullback for not going for the virtual phone number with the original contract?
Part of it is just the implementation of all of that at one time. So we kind of want to get the platform up and running before we're also rolling out with staff, oh, by the way, you also now have a new phone number, and
What if we really like the option and we want it to be available, even if it's not implemented yet, like you got 9 months to kick this thing in, and roll it out. But we don't want to wait another year to have to vote on a yes on this virtual phone number if we like it. I'm just spitballing ideas.
Well, what if we, would they do like, okay, we implement this, 6 months later,
A prorated?
Because I like the idea
Prorated,
of having the
yeah, I
safety
mean-
there of no phone numbers are getting exchanged.
yeah.
I think that would eliminate a lot
I
of
don't know.
issues.
I think it's a good idea. I think that, yeah, we should look at when do we, because I don't want to pay for it before we can really use it right at a broad scale. But we don't necessarily have to wait a year. If you guys start doing the rollout and you think, you know what, we could actually probably do the phone thing, over winter break or something, we could probably get that done. I think it sounds like people would be open to that. So maybe that works. Maybe it has to be over the summer. So.
As far as where I work at, we use something very similar in our job. So I can email our tenants, they can email me right through our platform. It comes right to my work email account, lets me know I have it. I can actually see the message there, click on that. I can live in my email all day long, and I can still do my job. But it also, we have the voice, the virtual number as well. So therefore, because I'm dealing with not only tenants and owners, I love having that feature that I can go back and pull those phone calls. There's no, you can't, they cannot say, oh, no, that's not what you said. I have it right there. So I actually like that feature, especially for a school system. So.
Yeah, so as we get down the road with that, we'll have to figure out how do we standardize it to make sure that we have 100% adoption.
Would that be in the policy that we're trying to look at then?
That might be a policy thing. Or yeah, we'll have to think about exactly how to spell it out to make sure it's not so specific that it can't evolve with the program, but specific enough to ensure that people are using the features.
Any other discussion? All right. 8.02, this is costs associated with speakers approved through the vetting process. Dr. Reppert, do you have anything about this?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Henkel. Jacqueline Davies, she is one, previously we approved the Lemonade War, so she will be providing a virtual discussion with the students at Friendship Elementary. And then Rohan Murphy, very inspirational athlete from Penn State, wrestler, just going to be speaking to the middle school and the high school about how he has went through and persevered through his life being an amputee, but also being a wrestler. So I would say to any of the board directors, if you have any opportunity, you know, when that comes around, and I believe it's April 17th, I'll make sure I share that. If you can make yourself available to come out and see any of these presentations that are occurring.
The Jacqueline Davies presentation, that's at the literacy night, is that?
Yes.
It's not in the agenda. What's the date on that again?
Literacy night is, give me a second here.
While you're checking that, Dr. Hughes, how in the world did
March
we
5th.
secure this author? Like, who got her? How was that even able to happen?
So I can say that our friendship staff, they are very diligent.
Yeah.
And they worked really hard to be able to, every year, all of our schools are really working at trying to have in-person and, opportunities for students to be able to interact, especially to see role models of, like, this is the book we're reading, this is the person who wrote it.
It's fantastic. I love that she did the one book, one school, and then on top of it, being able to do this. Fantastic. Right, I move to approve the costs associated with the following speakers that have been approved through the vetting process. One, Jacqueline Davies, to virtually present her life as a writer and her book, The Lemonade War, to all Friendship Elementary students at a cost of $1,200 to be paid using Title I funds. And two, Rohan Murphy, to conduct a school-wide motivational presentation to Susquehannock High School and Southern Middle School students on Friday, April 17th, 2026, at a cost of $3,000 to be paid by building level funds. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Just that it's amazing. So excited. Both of them. I was looking at the promotional video for Rohan Murphy, and I was thinking,
I
oh
know.
my goodness.
I know.
This man has no legs, and he does not make any excuses.
Yep.
He's out there, he's living his life, his best life, and what a motivation that will be.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Yes, sir.
The literacy night is March the 5th.
Thank you so much. 8.03, speakers approved through the vetting process. You can see those below. They include Judge Sweeney and Sean Quintillion. Dr. Reppert, do you have anything to add to these?
Just looking forward to Magisterial Judge Sweeney to come back, speaking with the fifth grade, just focusing on the criminal justice system as well as citizenship. And then the interesting one with Sean Quintillion coming into the high school, speaking about the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, talking about fish, non-native fish that were, added into the water area and how that has impacted the ecosystem. So pretty exciting to have those two come on board.
And the wolves.
I was also very interested in the Sean Quintillian one. He is also covering the reintroduction of the wolf population and all of the unfortunate events that, not necessarily how you might think of it, like just in the ecosystem. And being the owner of 2 Siberian Huskies, that was of great interest to me. But no, the detailed explanation of all of it was really fascinating, and so our students are in for quite a treat. Okay, that moves us to 8.04, Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. Dr. Reppert, do you have anything to add to this?
I just want to point out, thank you, Mrs. Henkel, we do have 8 maps that are on here, 2 with math, we got the yoga, computer science, and then we have 3 that are with the music and 1 with the library and media for 3rd grade. Once again, a big thank you to our teachers. They're putting a lot of work into these curriculum maps that you are approving, and I would hope, there'd be like a light to the end of the tunnel, Mrs. Henkel, that we wouldn't have as many, but we always know that curriculum's going to continue to evolve, and our teachers are always making sure we're putting the best, instruction and materials and resources in front of our students.
All righty. Move to approve the following Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. I'm not going to read them all. They're just as in the agenda. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, quick comment. Dr. Hughes, you were very busy.
Seriously. Yeah, we always
My
hope
gosh.
that there are going to be fewer, but we know that there's not.
Well, Mr. Hash, there is a team. There is a team.
Don't take away from her.
No, I'm just saying, because if I didn't say there's a team, they're going to say something tomorrow morning. There is a team that also sits down and reviews these, edits them, provides feedback after they come from the teachers, before they come over here.
I'm used to the district curriculum maps, and then she comes up with this whole parent square thing. I wasn't expecting that, and that's a whole process.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.05, update from the AI committee. Dr. Reppert.
Just a quick update. I know Dr. Hughes will talk briefly about the apps. We did not have a meeting in February, but we did have several apps that we are moving over to the district webpage. Dr. Hughes, you want to speak to them?
Sure. Okay, so a couple of these, one of the things that we've been doing is we want to make sure that all apps, even if they aren't instructional, that they go through our review process. So Primero Edge and Mosaic are cafeteria apps. They're actually things that are run through the federal government, I believe. And, but we vetted them to make sure that it met our standards. Then we have Project Lead the Way, which is a app that we're using with our middle and high school engineering program. And it's very exciting that the kids are able to go in and use a lot of STEAM activities that are part of this curriculum that is then put through the app. And then finally, our school messenger, once again, we wanted to make sure everything goes through. So that was one that we missed in our initial go run.
Any questions? Any discussion? Alrighty, that brings us to 8.06, other items of business. I do have one thing. In talking to Dr. Reppert, Dr. Hughes, and my co-chair, Mr. Wilson, for the March meeting that we're going to have just for education next month, we're thinking that we would like to, I don't know whether it's going to be a presentation or just an item point that we discuss, but the whole Chromebook, where we're headed as a district, and trying to just be transparent with the community, what our thoughts are, what current studies are showing, and just involvement with students and screens. So that's something that's forthcoming. And that completes education.
Moving on to item 9, finance and budget. I will turn it over to our treasurer, Mr. Decker.
Thank you, President Henkel. So item 9.01 is our financial reports. So attached, we have the cafeteria report, the budget status report, the tax collection report, and the treasurer's report, which I will summarize. So in our general fund balance, we started the month with $8,794,859.15. We had deposits of approximately $881,000, disbursements of approximately $4.1 million, and we ended our general fund balance in January with $5,559,943.69. Moving down the sheet to our tax collector accounts, we ended the month of January with total cash in our tax collector accounts of $33,872.38. Moving down the sheet to our investments, our balance at the beginning of the month was $36,182,401.92. When we look at our deposits, our maturities, redemptions, the net was an outflow of $44,154.32, which left us with a balance at the end of the month of $36,138,247.60. And the details of all the general fund investments are below. As we did mention last month, we are seeing interest rates move downwards. So as we see our initiations way back towards this time last year, we're getting a much higher interest rate on our CDs than those that we've initiated recently, something we'll continually watch as it will impact district income. Any questions? Okay. We'll move on to item 9.02, which are our bills for payment. So the bills for payment are attached for your information. So I will make a motion to approve the bills for payment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Item 9.03 are our exonerations and refunds. There are none. Moving to 9.04, these are our budget transfers, which are attached. I'll make a motion to approve the budget transfers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? The budget transfers are approved. Next, item 9.05, we have a budget update and state budget information. Turn it over to Ms. Green.
Like I said, I was going to stick around for a little bit for a budget update. So at this point, Mrs. Green and I were going to just go through where kind of we are in the budget process. So if you want to go to the next slide, Kat. Here's the clicker. All right, so just to talk through some objectives we have tonight, or just to give an update of where the state budget is. And we were talking about the 26-27 state budget, even though the 25-26 just was approved a few months ago. We're going to update everybody where we are in our current budget. We're going to touch on funding for capital projects, so really a transition to the financial side of our meeting on Tuesday, and then just talk about the next steps of the budget. So, as I mentioned, the governor, he presented his budget on February 3rd, and it's really important to note that is not the budget. That is his proposal of a budget for the 26-27 school year. It's very important to know it is not something that passes right away. So, for example, the 25-26 budget was approved in November, so we have a long ways to go, but this is at least the first blush of what the governor might be thinking. So just some highlights. He proposed increases to basic ed and special ed funding. What that means for us is probably less than $100,000 should it be approved exactly as proposed. He did include the continuance of the Public School Facility Improvement Grant, So that was something SiteLogic mentioned on Tuesday. And then a continuance of the school safety and security grant. So we've received that funding for the last several years, and that's from PCCD. And then also included was a year 3 contribution to the adequacy funding for the Ready to Learn block grant. So that is a newer funding strategy the state has. We've had 2 years of that funding, so this would be for a 3rd year. And really just to highlight our methodology. So in the budget, we increase our basic ed and special ed funding by 2% of what we are receiving this year. But we do not include any additional funding for Ready to Learn block grant because that is a newer kind of funding area. So what we have in the budget for 26-27, or proposed budget at this time, is our 25-26 Ready to Learn block grant funding. So it kind of hedges. It's not a one-for-one, but it's to come in somewhat conservative with our budgeting strategy, at least in this point of that program. So then just to talk through where we are this year, so 25-26, and just to give a projection update. So you can see we have 3 columns. It's showing the 25-26 budget, the 25-26 February projection, and then just the projection that we put together in November. So to look at some highlights, our revenues are down. So revenues are down and expenditures are down. One of those is a good thing. So when revenues are down, that's not something we like to see. We would really like to see revenues higher. Expenditures being down is a good thing, and I'll kind of talk through some of the reasons why we're seeing those numbers. And then just important to show, we are using less fund balance than was included in the budget. But again, we're using less fund balance, but that's not due to over budgeting. It's just due to the way the numbers have kind of come through. So with revenues, one of the biggest drivers of the reasons why we are down with revenue is our earned income tax. So we talked a lot about that in November. We did not hit our earned income tax number last year for 24-25. So really what happens, it just rolls. So if we didn't hit it last year and our numbers for this budget were based off hitting it last year, it's not something we want to do. So that is pretty much the biggest revenue decrease for 25-26. So that is also something we've presented about with our budget for next year. It's a very revenue kind of focused budget. And then for expenditures, so expenditures are a good bit lower. And there are a lot of reasons they're lower, and some of them are really concerted efforts we made to be mindful to our expenditures. So for example, there was one bus that was not filled this year. It was more enrollment driven, but one bus that was not filled. Last year when we put together the 25-26 budget, we removed 3 positions, and then there were 3 teaching positions, and then this year we have 2.5 professional positions that were not filled. So that would be a counselor, Spanish teacher, and half of a reading specialist. So from last year to this year, we are down that about 5.5 positions. So we also have several support positions that were vacant and not filled this year. So there are that's a lot of the salary savings we're seeing. And as a result of that, we have those salary savings and then the benefit aspect too. So PSERS would be that, FICA taxes, and then medical insurance for any full-time employee. So those are some of the biggest reasons why we're seeing an expenditure decrease. In addition to that, we have other things. So there were law changes with charter school funding. So that came out in November. We didn't really know that. It is a savings to us, but it's not as large as you might think because there was a revenue component before. And so we no longer have that revenue component to highlight. Some other things are York County School of Technology. Tuition costs there are down, and that's just enrollment based. So really, once you look at it and kind of factor everything in, we're within about 2.5% of our expenditure budget at this point. And again, it's just a projection. We will keep updating that as things change throughout the rest of the year. All right, I'll turn it over to Sue.
Okay, so as Mr. Carrington said, the one thing on that slide I want to point out, while we are better than projected on the expenditure side, we are still using $1.2 million of fund balance. So that means we still have expenditures that are higher than what our revenues are. And so as we look at our fund balance, I know we looked at this last month, and we're going to continue to talk. We're going to go very briefly through it, but we started the fiscal year with $27 million in fund balance. We are going to estimate our ending fund balance at June 30th to be about $16 million. And then when you take out the unassigned fund balance per board policy that we have to keep of 5%, we will be at $12.8 million. So as we move forward, the one thing we really want to look at is how we're using our fund balance and how we're making the decisions on where we go with fund balance use as we're spending it down quickly doing some of these capital projects. So this slide should look familiar. This is one of the slides that we talked about Tuesday evening in the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting. The $8 million is the projects that are slated for this summer. So those are the boiler projects and roof projects, standing seam and skylights at Shrewsbury. So those are those projects, and that money has been taken out of fund balance in the previous slide, so that is something we've already accounted for. The next two columns are the proposals, very preliminary, as we talked Tuesday night, but the concept for budgeting for 26, building in 27, budgeting in 27, building in 28, so really looking at a 3-year plan. Those two columns total about $19.2 million. So as we go back to the previous slide, we don't have $19.2 million. So as we move into this budget, one of the things we want to start to look at is how are we going to continue to fund these projects, and what are some of the ways that we want to be able to do that. So there's a couple ways you can fund capital projects. Just like at home, you can save the cash, which is what we've kind of been doing the last couple of years. We had this fund balance that we put aside for capital projects. It was a deliberate thing that we did. So you can save cash, or you can issue bonds, similar to getting a mortgage at home or a home equity loan or line of credit. So we have those options, or you can do a combination of both. So one of the things that we like to continue talking about is putting a plan in place. So if you start to put millage in place for debt service, until you issue the bonds, that cash will flow into fund balance. You can use it for capital projects, but you're starting to build that capacity to be able to move forward with the projects. So this is something, again, as we look at the budget next month and the details that we'll be recommending starting to re-put that plan back in place. I know we put it on a halt. We had one, and then we stopped it because we had turnover on board, we did a new feasibility study, we did all those things, but I think it's important that we start to look at what's our plan moving forward to try to put this back into place. So our next steps, we'll continue to revise the budget. We'll have a detailed presentation with budget options at the March Finance and Budget meeting on March 17th. Some of the things we're going to look at there, we will have cuts into the budget. We will have cuts in professional staff, support staff, more cuts in the area of busing. We will have cuts in the area of building budgets. We also need to look at our different options for how much fund balance we use, what additional staffing cuts we may make, the areas of do we put any money in for debt service, and then obviously the one we have to look at every year, is there a tax increase, and if there would be any, at what level. So those will be the different areas we will look at when we go through the budget process on March 17th. So those are all the factors that will go into those options. So as we talk about each year, then approval of the proposed final budget needs to happen in April, so we'll be looking for direction after the March 17th meeting, and again at the March 19th meeting, so that we can bring that budget back for proposed approval, that proposal for approval at April 16th, so that we can approve the final budget on May 21st. And I know a lot of times I hear from the community, why do we do it in April and May? We do it in April and May so we can get the tax bills out on July 1st. We never want to change that timeline for our taxpayers because it's hard enough to pay your tax bill. We want to make sure that we keep the timeline the same. The other reason is we have to pay it, so it's good for us to be able to get the interest, and we can use the interest to offset some of these costs. So highly recommend we stay on the April-May timeframe for that. So any questions at this time?
I
I know we talked about EIT back at the November Finance and Budget meeting. That one worries me a little bit. Where are we at right now? What are we seeing this year versus last?
The big challenge with EIT is that we get the bulk of it after April for the year. So that's really the challenge we face. I don't know if, we might be up a little, down, but it's the bulk of what we get is so late in the year. Actually, a lot of it we get after July 1st, and we have to accrue it back.
So we are a little bit up compared to last year. I forget, I can't quote the percent. But like Sue mentioned, the biggest chunk that we get is really shown in April, May, June, July, August. That's the biggest amount we get. And it just relates to the payments that are made by employers. So the big quarterly payments, big annual payments, they come in that latter half of the year for us. So we'll keep looking and update when we know more.
Because the one we get in the summer, we accrue back because they collect it to June 30th, so we accrue it back, and so we really haven't gotten a whole lot yet so far this year. So that's the big challenge we face. Kind of like the state budget. We really don't know anything till after we approve the budget.
I wish there was some tool we could use out there to project that. But
Can AI help us with this?
But I just think that's going to be a multi-year challenge, you know.
Yeah, and my recommendation on that one would be that we stay conservative. If we get more than we predict, it's okay. If we get less, we're going to have a hole to fill. So I think we want to stay conservative and then kind of see where it goes, because this is a challenge we really haven't experienced before. Anything else?
Questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move to 9.06, which is the York County School of Technology 2026-27 budget. Mr. Wilson, I'm going to ask you to make some comments on this one, a few moving parts here.
Do you want to do that before the motion is on the table, or?
Well, I think what I'd like to discuss before we put the motion on the table is exactly how the budget process works for York County Tech and how the votes are tallied, because I want everybody to understand that before we go through the vote. So would you mind just giving an overview of that, and then
Sure.
we'll
I mean,
proceed.
obviously, the first thing I can touch on is the vote, how the votes are tallied. The number of board directors that vote for this budget versus against this budget counts as far as all of the participating districts. So it's not like, well, this district voted no, this district voted yes, you know. So it's a by board member, and interestingly enough, there's going to be something else on the agenda that's addressed a similar way. Sue, do you want to talk about the York Tech budget since?
In what way?
Oh, well, I mean, just how it's created. And obviously, the budget is set up so that each of the member districts can, it's based, our costs are based on the enrollment of students that we have there, and that fluctuates over time. But the percent of change every year goes up, goes down. Sometimes it's 3%. This year is a lot higher than that at 7.11%, which is obviously significantly above the index this year.
Yeah, so, I mean, the key thing I wanted to come out there is we have to count every vote.
Yes.
If nobody has an objection, how I'll probably proceed with this is that we take a roll call vote so that we're actually able to call the actual number of yeas and nays on this, because those numbers in total determine whether or not the budget's approved. So, anybody have any objection?
I was going to make the same recommendation, so that's perfect.
Okay, but we do need to get it to the floor so that we can take the vote. So I'll make a motion to approve the York County School of Technology 2026-2027 budget. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so now it's on the floor for discussion. So,
I have a couple of questions. One, Sue, am I reading this correct in that essentially this is about a $60,000 increase to the district?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Secondly, I know, Dr. Bryson, in the past you had referenced some opportunities of collaboration between the districts and the School of Technology. Would that have an impact upon this?
No, that type of collaboration where we explore some of the programming going back regionally is a long-term, like 2 years before you can get your low-hanging fruit programs back. So it really isn't. I don't know if it will be helpful. I think what York Tech has shared with us is the majority of the increase is to lower their time students have on the bus. They bus students from around the counties, all to Tech. That is to save time, but it creates the need for additional busing. And so we have, as a superintendent group, also pushed back on the budget to talk about alternative models, which may or may not be viable. But again, they have to move forward with the budget, and reorganizing their entire way they do transportation is not going to happen overnight either. Their budget hasn't increased, memory served me correct, anywhere near this for the.
This is the highest I
Yeah.
remember seeing.
And I think that was the main driving cost, was trying to lower the time on buses for kids.
yeah, I mean, my comment would be with the number of districts that have, just call it budget challenges this year, and a lot of work going into budgets, I would like to see them within the index. That would be my feedback. I am aware a number of boards have already voted this down. I don't have all of the names of all the districts, but it's been several. So that would be my comment, is I don't think it's the type of year or the particular environment where a 7+% increase in budget's appropriate. That's just my opinion.
I'll say it simply, we've got our own problems, man. And
We sure do.
And I understand an increase. I do believe this is unreasonable. And I will say that as a school board director, I'm already having a little bit of dyspepsia about having to vote for we're spending other people's money to go towards a budget that we don't have any say of outside of approving the budget, whereas with our district, we have a say. And it's our constituents are kind of double blind in this situation. And so, and then also when you compare, and I know that it's prorated for how we participate with them, but we're at 60-some students this year. And
62.
we're the lowest, right?
Hanover's.
Hanover's probably
Are they lower?
Hanover, yeah.
26. We're second. To the
Okay,
bottom.
second to the bottom. But the next one after us is like 120?
No, 80.
80,
I see
okay.
75,
And then we get
86.
to 120, and then it grows and grows and grows. But I haven't had any constituents reach out to me. I mean, I know there are constituents that have students in York Tech, and I know that the bus ride is long. I know that that's a reality. They still have signed up for it, knowing that.
Well, and I'd also like to see how they got to these numbers, including ways that they can shrink excessive costs too on their own. That might move me to a yes, if I can see that they have been able to look at their budget and decide, okay, what stays and what goes, so that we can have some skin in the game too, like they're asking the rest of us to. And I also want to keep in mind, I know Shapiro's budget is very generous and including money that Pennsylvania doesn't have. However, for career and technical school, it's a $14 million increase from last year. So that would make me believe that they are going to be experiencing some padding. So if that's the case, of course, they need to stamp their budget, right, before the governor gets his approval from the Senate and the House. But would they give overflow back to the districts if they're asking for too much?
Interesting.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
No, well, I can actually explain that. York County School of Technology does, they do a reconciliation, and we do get a refund if there is an overage. So I think they have a small piece they keep for capital projects, but it's not a large piece, and it's pretty much a reconciliation. And that comes, Mr. Carrington, in
January, we recently got it. I cannot quote the exact number off the top of my head, but it was a refund. It was some like tens of thousands.
So they reconcile each year, so it isn't like they keep it all if they don't need it type situation.
And what are your thoughts about the increase that they're asking from our school?
I think it's a little high. And I think Bob and I have spoken about this. It is difficult for us to be cutting buses, and other people are increasing buses. So that's the challenge I think we face, is we're making a lot of very difficult decisions. I'm not saying they didn't. They're great people. I'm sure they're doing the best they can, but that is concerning when we're kind of in the opposite.
I mean, I can speak to that too, because just from the conversations I've had with the other JOC representatives, there's a lot of concern about, the amount of the increase here.
I guess to sort of synthesize something Mrs. Hinkle and Mrs. Hall brought up, looking through the presentation, there is a fair amount of detail, but what's in some ways too much detail. It would be helpful, if you're going to have a large increase, it would be helpful to have a concise presentation of the areas where you really worked on reducing expenses.
Yes.
So I understand you've got these challenges that are causing you to increase. What did you do? What did you look at to decrease expenses? Maybe they did. Maybe they did that aggressively. But it would be helpful to have them present that information.
Sure. Honestly, that would be a requirement for me for any increase.
For any increase,
For
yeah,
any
for them to
increase.
show, here's where we made
We-
strong efforts to.
We do that for our constituents, and
Yeah.
that is them in this case.
Right.
You know?
Well, and especially when you're exceeding the maximum by significant amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and.
They're not
you
bound
know.
by that, Sue, I take it?
No.
Because
They're bound by our
Because
approval.
there's an insulated layer between us and them.
Yeah.
And not only that, there's another way for them to save money included into the state budget is the facility capital reserve accounts have been extended from 5 years to 10 years. So that's helpful, I think, for technical school. So I'm just not seeing any inclusion of those kinds of helps that are already coming down the line from the state.
So, Dr. Boyce and I would love you to be able to address I know that they have a large gap between the number of students that apply and the number of students that they can accept. And in the event that they go to facilities or whatever they do, obviously that's going to have a negative impact on all of the other districts that will essentially be funding that. How do you see that playing out in the future as far as, let's just say they get a lot more capacity and our number of students goes from 62 to 162. That could have a really negative impact on our district, or anyone's district.
I mean, the one benefit to our district, you're paying per student, right? So lower students, it's lower cost.
Right.
It's not a straight, everybody's getting.
Right, right.
They do have far more interest than they have room for enrollment, you're right. They explored a building project and that was quickly head shook quickly, because we know what the costs were. You're looking at tens of millions, if not 50, 60 million to expand it. Which is why, because then that is going to significantly impact. It's going to go from 7% to, whatever. You guess, 20%. So that's kind of what garnered the discussion of how can each district bring back some of the programming to relieve that, because there's a benefit. I mean, the more kids that are getting in, that's a good thing. It's a bad thing that there's a wait list, but the cost to be able to increase the size of the school is significant. And on top of that, is there alternatives? And they looked at alternatives in programming, doing half-day programs, where students would be there half-time and in their home district half-time. And would that really double their ability to bring in kids? Not exactly. And it creates a whole other set of challenges. I think the one thing that has allowed Tech to become a premier school in that career tech world in the state of Pennsylvania is that it is a comprehensive high school. And there's only a handful of those. Most are, or a lot of, are part day, half day, specialized in certain areas, that type of thing. So hopefully I answered your question. Simply put, yeah, there's been probably a year and a half, 2 years of studies and analysis, and really they're ending up back to where they are, and now looking at how do we as Tech provide services to you as a district to support your CTE need where you're at, or regionalize within a couple districts, which I think is the model of the future. And I think that relieves that, 600 kids that are looking to get in.
So on that same venue, Mrs. Green, do we have an understanding of what their cost per student is versus our own? Now, I know that it can't be, that has to exclude a lot of different types of education, but just high school student to high school student, do we have a understanding of their cost versus our cost?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to quote that because I think there's so many, because again, they're only high school students. We're dividing everything by K to 12.
Sure.
Plus, they're doing specialized programming, so I would hesitate there. If I had to say, I'd probably say it was slightly higher, but for their type of program, I think it is, we look statewide, I would think it would be reasonable.
The way I would say, it does not jump off the page.
Right.
Like, what?
Yes.
It's not.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it, Dr. Bryson.
If I could for a minute, in the material district cost sheet, they're asking for 7.11% from every district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go and look at, under their budget, page 7, there's only 3 districts that over time have consistently gone down in their attendance. Us, Northeastern, and Eastern York. Every other district has gone up or stayed the same. And the total of everybody is rising.
Yes.
And we're projected at 62 right now. Next year is projection at 61.96, telling us we're not going to go crazy higher. So why are we paying the same percentage points as some districts who are jumping from, 90 to whatever the case is, but they're going up or staying the same? We're going down consistently.
That's per student.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
So
per student, so think about it,
percentage,
it's 7% per student. So if we don't send 7 more students, there's no fees whatsoever. Like our 62 are taxed 7% more. Dallastown's 120 are also taxed at the same rate.
So then what's the membership fee? Is that going up 7% as well?
That, I don't know the answer to it.
There's not a membership fee. It's,
So the only cost is per student, not with, what's the other one?
Not like LAU.
LIU, where it is a
yeah,
membership,
different.
then per student, correct?
Right.
Right.
So the 7% is just per student,
tuition.
and that's
Yeah,
it?
Yep.
You're paying 7% more for each student. So if we drop, if interest dropped off and we dropped down to 31 students, we'd be paying half as much plus 7% of half as much.
so when Mr. Hall asked if, what, he said it was about a 60%, 56 to 60% $1,000 increase, that's based on us having that number of students. If we had less students, it would
Still
go-
staying at
it-
62.
Yeah, still staying at 62 students. If we went down, then it would be less. If we had more students go next year, then it would be more than that. But that number was based on us staying with the same amount.
Do we currently have more students that would want to go if they could?
They have a whole application process. So it
Yeah,
depends on what they're
Fortunately-
interested in.
But we have
Unfortunately,
students on board.
I have the data from that, because that was something that we covered as part of the JOC. We had more students that were accepted, but then decided against going this year than we had in previous years, just for whatever reason. I know my son was one of them. So,
Does the state give restrictions on how long a student can be on a bus for? Like, is there a law or a policy for how long a bus ride can be?
I don't think so.
There's not. Okay.
I think it's more based on distance.
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I wouldn't have been surprised if there was. Yeah.
There's some very rural districts that,
You'd think for safety purposes, though, like, I mean, I was wondering, are we still well within the state mandated whatever, but since there's not.
there's not
Yes,
state.
the answer is yes.
Yes. We're within the state mandated time before they turn 18.
Yeah. 16 and drive themselves.
But I guess to reiterate, since now I know that the reason is for having to cut down on the bus time, until I hear clamoring from constituents that it is just unfeasible for them to be able to have the length of bus ride, it's just not, I'm unmoved. And I've heard that it's long, but they still go.
I also wonder, how many students drive? I mean, once you hit that, some students are gonna hit that ability in 11th grade, some in 12th
It's true
grade,
that
but it
it's
still
not
could
all
be-
62 students might be actually taking a bus. That's a fair
Right,
point.
they,
Or parents.
how much are parking passes clamored over in the schools?
Quite a bit.
They would all drive if they could.
Yeah. But I mean, with amazing opportunities, there is, tension of compromise.
Any other discussion? Tia, would you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Jason Decker,
Nay.
Samantha Hall, Mary Lee is not there. Samantha Hall,
Nay.
William Hall,
Nay.
Jeremy Hash,
No.
Jennifer Henkel,
Nay.
Nathan Henkel,
Nay.
Lisa Stoller,
Nay.
Joseph Wilson.
Nay.
That was 8 noes, and then Mary Lee is not present.
What do we do when somebody
I think
says
we-
roll call vote?
Because of how this is structured in the
Yeah, we need
county,
her
I think
vote.
we have to get Mary Lee's vote. I don't think we can,
Unless she's abstaining.
Well, we don't.
well, yeah, we don't know either way.
Well, we have,
It's
Can
by
we-
person,
Ballot.
though.
but we have our ballot.
That's
That's the
problem.
difference.
That's a different thing. Yeah.
No, it's okay. But yeah, we need a.
In this case, can we hold on the roll call vote until she returns?
I don't see why we couldn't.
Okay.
Take a little
Play
recess.
some intermission music.
You got some great music.
I want that
beforehand.
music.
Spectacular.
I mean, I suppose we could say we'll just
there an
take the vote again when she
informational-
returns.
Yeah, I mean,
That's fine.
we want to move to an informational item or something, or?
Oh, you want to cover an
Probably
informational
can't
item?
move- Probably can't move past the.
Well, we have,
Wait,
her-
wait, wait, have an answer. There we
We
go.
are.
all right.
You need your vote. We need your vote on the York Tech budget.
Sorry, I'm a nay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so just for the record, the final vote count was?
9 no's.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Lincoln Intermediate Unit 2026-2027 budget. This one's a little different. Sue, would you want to make a few comments on this one,
So this one.
how it works?
Yeah, this one is a little different. So this is just the general operating portion of the Lincoln Intermediate Unit. And so there's always been a district contribution that is part of this budget. This year, it is 0. So really, you're voting on a district contribution of 0. The one thing underlying, though, that I want to point out is there are costs behind that. They are now using an indirect cost rate and attributing those costs to the programs that they have. So, for instance, if there's special ed classrooms or special ed programs where students go, there will be an indirect cost rate that would be applied to that program, and that's how we'd be paying for those fees. So I know the superintendent's group and the business officials group have both been working with Lincoln Intermediate Unit. My recommendation would be as a 0% contribution that the board would approve the budget, but I think we continue to work at looking at what that indirect cost rate is and how that functions, because eventually we are paying that as part of other programs. Does that make sense?
The other thing I would add to that too, it's the first year they're doing this, so we'll see. End result, come this time next year, we'll have a better idea, or whether we want to continue to support. Really, it's a cafeteria style versus what they were doing, which was more like tech, which was reconciliation. But in this world of providing services to our special ed students, it became difficult for a lot of the districts to keep up on the reconciliation with all the different service providers that are involved for any number of kids they may have serviced with the LIU. So I think this one's a wait and see, but for now, yes, we're willing to support it.
And tech really, I think the difference between the two programs, York School of Technology, you really had 2 different rates, one for a regular education student and one for a special education student with services. At Lincoln Intermediate Unit, you have a ton of different programs all being costed out in a different way. So they are trying to go to, and they would reconcile every program. So depending on how many students were in a program, your costs could go really up or really down through the reconciliation process. So they're going more to this cafeteria style. As Dr. Bryson indicated, this is the first year. So it is a different look that we kind of need to get a handle on.
I have a thought about this, which is, I understand that it's a 0 contribution, and so, you know, voting yes on a 0 contribution for a service that we use sounds good. That said, the reason for that, if I understand, is you know, you said they're changing the way they do the costing, the way they charge us. And so it does seem like this, it does matter, because even though they're going to ask for a 0 kind of base contribution toward their general budget, well, that means it's going to get passed through to those program.
Absolutely, it does, yes, it still matters.
So I do think it's worth looking at. Now, when so I do have this question. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing total expenditures, the dollar change, $311,523 up, and that represents a 3.4% increase in expenditures. Am I looking at the right thing to understand? For their entire budget, they have a 3.4% increase. That seems more reasonable than the York Tech increase, or whatever the reasons. That one's easier to swallow. And I do see a total revenue increase of 3.41% and the exact same dollar amount. I assume that's because they do a similar thing that we do, where there's a fund balance in order to cause those to exactly match. Is there a transfer that results in revenues exactly matching
Yeah, I
expenses?
think they're using this indirect cost rate as their mechanism.
Okay,
Versus
so-
fund balance, they're using that to generate the revenue. through this
Okay, so that would be
indirect cost
lines
rate.
90, 320 through, and 9,000 and 9810? Is that, or I guess the
Trying to find it.
indirect cost rate would be items 9,000 and 9810. I'm looking at page 4, sorry.
It's okay, just trying to get where you're at.
Mhm. Does that seem,
What did you say it was?
page 4 of the general operating budget? At least it's page 4 along the
Yes,
side, yeah.
9810.
9810, so not, would it be 9810 and 9,000? 9,000 is from programs, 9810 is from grants.
Grants, mhm.
And I do see some other transfers that, I don't know if those are part of that or not, but that's in some ways, that's where that's happening. But they're drawing it from already collected fund balances from prior years, I assume, or,
No, I think they're drawing it from those budgets.
From those
So
budgets,
as-
okay.
Yes, as I pull from, say, a program budget, I'm going to pull the revenue that's coming in from that program budget over into this
Okay.
operating budget.
okay, so that's kind of where we're actually seeing, when they up our programming costs, that's gonna flow through to there and result in this final be part of this final 3.141 number. So I think that, I just wanted to talk about that because it seemed to me like it can't be the case that we'll just pass this because it's zero as a contribution. I think we still need to make sure they're acting responsibly, but with the 3.4% increase in expenses, that doesn't seem outrageous. Does that seem reasonable
No,
analysis?
that makes
Okay.
sense.
Well, and is it reasonable then to assume that probably their program rates are going to go up, essentially to cover that?
Yes, and I think where it's the analysis, as Dr. Bryson was talking about, that's more difficult is because they're changing their methodology from one of reconciliation. So we would get estimates, but you had no idea what you were going to pay until they actually reconciled. Now, this is your cost you're going to pay for programs, so we're going to have to kind of see how that.
Yeah. So it might not flow through as a cost to us, because we might use programs that they're charging less for, or it might be a lower cost to us or higher.
Potentially.
It's going to depend on the programs we're using, and some of the increases could be because they have more students they're working with. Well, if we're the same, then maybe we don't see an increase, so.
So is there a certain number of students that we're locked into?
No. And in fact, we're bringing some back, so moving into next month, we'll be showing you a recommendation to have one of their classrooms be ours for the purpose of fixing that. You get to a certain number of students, it's fiscally responsible to take the class back.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, let me make a motion to approve the Lincoln Intermediate Unit 2026-2027 budget. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay. Any further discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Having heard none, this one passes. That brings us to 9.08, one-time purchases and transfer. So this involves an AED. So I will make a motion to approve one-time purchases totaling $7,622 and the associated transfer from regular education salary surplus. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries. Item 9.09 This is discussion of the potential property acquisition by York County School of Technology. So procedurally, this works a little bit different. Sue, did you want to talk about that?
So, or Joe, I know.
No, go ahead.
Okay, you had to look like you might want
Yeah,
to.
I can talk too. No.
I was ready as well.
We're all ready.
So, in your materials that were attached to the board agenda, you have a letter from Rhonda Lord from Saxon Stump, kind of walking through the property acquisition and how this works. And it is not a vote by the board, it is a vote by each individual board members per ballot, so they are at your seats to walk through how that works. You would fill out the ballot and then return it to Mrs. Walker and I, and we'll send those in for you. And basically, you're voting on whether or not to approve this acquisition. And as you walk through the details on that, it is a property adjacent, believe it's $1.5 million, correct me, Joe, if I get anything wrong. And, you know, the one piece that kind of need to work through is that there is a lease of this property with extensions up to possibly the next 8 years, so that's probably, if anything, the negative of it. But also with York School of Technology and adjacent properties, they like to control that because other things could go in there. And there is an educational facility now, so there would be minimal changes to the property. So I don't know what else you wanted to.
Yeah, well, there's 3 individual parcels of land, but it's being sold as a unit. The intention is to move the existing nursing adult education program out of the main building where they currently occupy 4 classrooms and a lab and a conference room, I believe, out of the building, which would free up more classroom space to bring more students into York Tech. But again, was it Rock Hills is the current tenant there? So likelihood, we may or may not get access to do any of that for at least 8 or 9 years. There was a previous parcel of land that was attached to York Tech that went up for sale. I think it was like 2013 or something like that, long before I was around. But they did not know about it, and it was purchased by somebody else, and now they have a vape shop where there used to be, it would have been great because there's a garage and everything there. It would have been great for York Tech to have it, but they didn't know about it, didn't get it, so now they got a vape shop next door.
It's got to lean on them a little bit.
True, yeah. I will say that both the JOC and the York Tech Authority, these were difficult conversations just because of the lease, the length of the lease, not being able to, dropping $1.5 million on this, and we won't be able to use it for 2 whole cycles of students. But at the end of the day, it is a long-term good thing for York Tech. The votes were very affirmative of this action.
I mean, the rental income really does take care of a good chunk of it.
I was about to say, correct me if I'm wrong, you're spending 1.5 now, but you're getting over $1 million
I have a question
over time.
Because
Yes.
and that was one of the things that I looked at, and I think this seems like a good move, and I would highlight as well, it's for adult education, and the entire purchase is coming out of the adult education fund balance.
That is correct.
Which has been accumulated through adult education tuition. So even though we're in authority over them, this is kind of a sort of a sub, like it's a kind of a business they run within York Tech to do adult education, and it's paying for itself in this sense.
It is, yes.
One of the things though, the rent, I mean, it says $310,000, $366,000, $388,000. total $1,064,000 due to adult ed fund balance. But I'm looking at that and thinking, but they're gonna have costs associated with maintaining the building
Okay.
so did they ever talk about that in meetings?
Yes, we did. I mean, that's where we got the 350,000 of the current adult ed fund balance that is being reserved for any immediate remediation. They've already done an assessment on it. There's already known issues that will need to be addressed. The 350 should more than cover that. But again, ongoing maintenance of a building.
That's not,
You don't know.
when I hear remediation, I'm thinking, okay, these are things we identified that we need to change, or that we need to fix.
Like asbestos
Well, there-
remediation?
Well, no, not, the building's too much newer than would be needed for that. But it's like applying sealant to the wall, to the outer foundation, the outer walls of the foundation.
So that remediation is not as much in order to make the facility suitable for York Tech's use. It's actually things they've identified that are immediate needs in order for them to be, a landlord basically to this,
Yes,
to this tenant and fulfill their responsibilities to the tenant. That's 350,000 of known stuff, but presumably there's going to be some additional unknowns over that
Presumably,
3-year
yes.
period. So that probably that 1 million is not all clear.
And that's what I was gonna ask, because, it says they went through like a due diligence process, but it is an as-is purchase, right? And that can scare you a little bit, because,
Yes.
you want to make sure that all of the inspections and everything that they've done have been incredibly thorough when you're making an as-is purchase.
They were also very proud that the people who did the assessments were previous York Tech graduates. So
Pro bono.
they knew they were on the up and up.
Okay.
So, the way this is structured, the way this is, we're still figuring out some of these things between the authority, the JOC, continuing ed. The rent money is going to come to the authority. The authority is the owner of the building. And then the authority will have to pass money, if there are repairs, the authority will have to be the one making the repairs. And then whatever money is left from the rent will go back to the adult ed fund. So
This doesn't accrue any extra debt, correct?
it does not accrue any extra debt. There's zero tax dollars in this expenditure, which is kind of, I think, the only reason that it got support that it did. Because if we were talking about raising taxes or raising, going to 10% of an increase this year, so we could buy this building and not use it for 10 years, it wouldn't have happened. There is some concern about the adult education fund. There was a lot of COVID money that ended up in there just because of, a lot of government money went into adult education. So it grew substantially over a short period of time. So there's a little bit of concern over ongoing interest in programs for CTE or adult education. So, but we don't know the future.
If by chance they were to exceed their fund balance, then how would they pay for things?
It would, if they were to, I'm not sure if we've discussed that entirely.
Raise their tuition?
That's one
Well-
thing here, that it says that
Right?
increased utility
Yeah.
costs could result in increased tuition for adult education. But of course, if people stop taking these programs, then they don't get
Right.
more
And
tuition money.
the point was brought up that the worst case scenario, we have drop off in the continuing education, we don't need this space, which is highly unlikely for York Tech in general. You could sell this property down the road if worse came to worse. It's not going to depreciate in value.
So other than, I presume one benefit of this is that years down the road, they have additional capacity, so some of our students who are currently getting waitlisted maybe get a chance to go. is there any other perceived benefit? I mean, does this, is the notion here that by increasing this program, they can improve their overall financial health? Was that anything that was discussed?
I mean, adult education up there is kind of run as its own business unit inside York Tech. So they're very incentivized to run as a business, do good programs that people are interested in to get the revenue from that.
Does adult education would be part of defraying any sort of costs that can't be allocated to the individual components? So right now, if they're in the same building, it's helping to defray some of the utility costs.
It is, yes. Yeah, there is some discussion as far as how operations between adult education and the normal York Tech, how that's differentiated, if it is or not. So there's a lot of discussions just starting to happen.
Did they make the site deficiencies, like was that something that was made public in terms of what they were?
As far as the things, that was from the assessment that the school did as part of their due diligence for this.
It'd just be great to have Mr. Hall look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I have the paper, well, I have the assessment and stuff.
They can borrow him, but not too long.
So, is there the potential, first off, I'm not sure that I'm wild about the idea of them becoming basically arbiters of real estate, but it is not necessarily, it's not a school for children. So, I guess in some ways that can be their own determination. But if this were to go south on them, is it going to have a negative effect on the high school?
That's a great question.
Not sure.
Let's
I'm
have
just,
another-
I'm wondering what scenario are you thinking about that would?
Well, I mean, as we know, sometimes things crop up in buildings and,
Yep.
next thing you know, there's a $1 million expenditure for asbestos removal, which I think we can all somewhat relate to. Then does it end up having a negative effect on the high school?
Responsibility.
Which I think is really our greatest, I mean, it's not that I'm not concerned about adult education, but I'm concerned about.
Are there any guardrails in place where if the adult education program were to go bankrupt, could that then impact us?
A firewall between the two business units almost.
They just get to sap off the high school, definitely.
Yeah.
I think ideally it looks to go the other way.
Right.
How can we utilize adult ed to support your cost per student,
Right.
Yeah.
right? I think we're looking at worst case scenarios, we have to.
Yeah.
But there's
a greater chance that if we looked at the crystal ball today, this program's growing, the product they put out is good to great, and that makes them very competitive in the adult. They've got something going here, because they can keep their costs down for adult ed, whereas HAC seems to be higher for the programming they offer, or any other programs.
For adult ed, is it sometimes the same staff teaching the classes for the adults? As it is for
Potentially it
the-
can be.
For the high schoolers. So that would help them to reduce their personnel cost for someone who maybe couldn't teach a full day of high school students. If they weren't able to pull together a full day of classes of high school students, they could have a few more students in morning classes and then they go over to the adult ed building.
I think the other positive, not only staffing purposes, because I think they utilize that adult ed to recruit some day teachers, because these are the day teachers are extremely hard to fill, because they can go into the private practice or commercial and make far more than a teaching salary. So I think that's a bonus. I think they're also getting parking lot space as well, potentially.
That was a discussion.
But again, it may be longer term,
Yeah.
which I think again is a commodity in that
It could help you with your transportation issues.
More-
You voted
more
that
parking.
down, so
I mean, it could.
you
That
gotta
was
help
raised.
this way.
That was raised, it's like, oh, okay, we're buying this, well, wait, then, 6 months from now, you're gonna be asking us for money for a parking lot.
The other thing we didn't talk about, I know that the adult ed program for nursing there has been there at least 35 years. I don't know, Joe, if they talked exactly. It might be much longer than that, but I know a minimum of 35 years. So it's not we just started this program type thing. So I think that's important too.
Right, enrollment has been steady is what they applied to us, but again, they don't know 5, 10 years from now. I know that, York College is looking at some nursing programs too. How does that work out over the long term?
But probably a substantial cost difference. Oh, yeah.
Probably, yes. So, I don't know. I will say that as, our representative on the JOC, I voted for this acquisition as well as my role in the authority. It would be, I don't know. I can't see saying no to this, considering it's literally contiguous property to York Tech.
And being paid for out of the adult ed fund.
And
It
being
seems like-
paid for without.
And they're not completely emptying out their fund balance, and it seems like there will be replenishment, not complete replenishment, but a decent replenishment of the fund balance out of the rent.
Yes.
Their LPN program there has been in place for over 40 years because I graduated over 40 years ago. And it was going strong then. So it is a solid program. I have a good friend who actually was one of the teachers there. So,
So we just pass these down?
If you've already filled
Happy
it out,
to.
I mean, I'll wait until the end of the meeting, just so anyone who needs more time can have more, I'm passing. Yeah. I was gonna wait until the end.
Any more discussion on that item, or are we good to move on?
I have a procedure question, actually.
Sure.
Ms. Green, is there a reason why our vote can't be made public?
Oh, no, you absolutely can say what your vote is. It just wasn't in the
I voted
instructions.
yes.
As did I.
Yeah, I'm voting yes.
We have an option
we
for
could
for or against.
Oh, yeah, do we need
Well,
to?
no,
put
I-
a date at the top.
Yeah, I don't want to do a roll call, just because if you want, I don't think you
Yeah,
have
I
to
would
make your vote
definitely do
public, but anybody who'd like to.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd be concerned if we did one now because we don't have it on as action. Not that
Right.
you can't say what your vote is, but.
I guess everybody's pulling and turning in.
Trying to grab here. Don't want to forget, because it's getting late. We're going to shoot out of here.
All right. Item 9.10. This is the list of qualifying applications for the Volunteer Firefighter and Emergency Services Tax Credit Program. So I would like to make a motion to approve the list of qualifying applications for the Volunteer Firefighter and Emergency Services Tax Credit Program totaling $47,500. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? The one thing I'd like to say is, and it's not just pertinent to this one tax credit, but I like to see tax credits on a reauthorization schedule. And I believe this one is kind of open-ended, and I'm sure this board will continue to support this tax credit, but I'd like to address that at some point where we get that on a reauthorization schedule. Any nays or abstentions?
Brad, thank you for coming in to discuss this. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Motion
Thank you
carries.
for all the time you give.
Yeah, appreciate it. Next, we have the York Adams Academy budget for 2026, 2027. So I'll make a motion to approve the York Adams Academy budget for 2026, 2027. Do I have a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
I mean, Sue, do you have any specific analysis of this one?
No, it's similar to the prior year, and as Dr. Reppert noted, we had 2 graduates this year and 1 graduate last year, and
That's great.
you know, we just started with this program. So it's been successful.
Nays or abstentions? Having heard none, the motion carries. Item 9.12. This is the Athletic Trainer Services Agreement with OSS Orthopedic Hospital LLC. So I will ask for a motion to approve an Athletic Trainer Services Agreement with OSS Orthopedic Hospital LLC for a 5-year period beginning July 1st, 2026, at a cost of $60,000 for the first year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just have one question. We see the breakdown for how it's going to potentially increase, but how does this compare to what we're currently paying?
So currently, I think we're paying about $45,000.
A little less than 45, but somewhere around.
Yes. We did know that we were going to get an increase in this area. We were paying very low cost. When we looked at 13 other school districts, the average for one trainer is about $32,000, so we're still under that average, but this is an area where services are going up. We did approach 2 other companies. One didn't respond, the other one did not put in a bid. When they asked if we were happy with the services, and we were, so they really didn't even put in a bid. So I will say that years ago, I lose track of the years, but it's probably been 10 years ago since we had an in-house trainer, and to have someone on staff to pay benefits and all those pieces is a lot more expensive than, and that would be one person versus having 2.
Probably triple.
A lot more, let me say it that way.
Thank you.
Significant discount to a full-time employee for sure. Other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Having heard none, that motion carries. Next, we have 9.13. This is an authorization for the administration to conduct a request for quote for student Chromebooks. So I will ask for a motion to authorize the administration to conduct a request for quote for 550 student Chromebooks for the Chromebook replacement plan for the 2026-2027 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion.
I'm struggling with this one. I don't mind being vulnerable about that. I know that part of this move is to ensure that we have enough Chromebooks to be able to do our mandated state testing. However, I don't know as a district what direction we're going to be moving in specific to the elementary school with Chromebooks. And it seems like folly to me to pre-purchase things for testing that we only use X amount of times a year to then have sit unoccupied, not used. I'm spitballing here, but we've got a lot of ideas that we need to pursue, and I would recommend, and I can even move it if there's interest, to tabling this and getting more information.
You said earlier that we're going to, you asked for a presentation on this in the March education meeting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And things that I would like to pursue, is there an entity that we can rent whether it be Chromebooks or some other digital, device to do testing. I can understand certainly that renting might actually cost more, having to have it be a recurring expense. It's still something I'd like to pursue. And then if we are just trying to accommodate for testing purposes, are Chromebooks the thing that we want to do? I have a lot of questions.
I guess another question I would have is if we further reduce the usage to where they're really focused toward testing, is it possible to alter the testing schedule? I know that there are certain requirements for like all of a grade level, and maybe all of a grade level for a particular subject have to test at the same time, but is there a possibility to stagger the testing? And would the wear on the Chromebooks be lessened if they were less frequently used, especially by the younger students? And I think those are things that we could get in that March meeting, I would hope.
Well, and if there was a significant amount of time between we acquiring them and going into general circulation, you would think there's also going to be a significant change in technology in that same window, that the Chromebook may not have the abilities of a Chromebook 3 years from now, or put into general circulation 3 years from now. What are its abilities compared to one 3 years from now?
Well, the change in computing power of consumer computers has leveled out compared to what it used to be. We just keep making them smaller and lighter instead of more powerful in a lot of cases.
So, Ms. Henkel, to clarify, have you made a motion to
I
table?
have not, but I can now. I move to table the item. May I have a second?
I'll second. We'll vote on the motion to table. So are there any?
I just have a question. So really what we're voting on is just to get a quote for it. We're not buying, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Can you, Sue, just tell me a little bit about when you have to quote something out? Like, I'm just trying to understand if we don't get it quoted out and then we make a different decision, like how will that impact purchase?
We did that last year, because we put out the quote and then we changed the amount. So there was a lot of back and forth, I think, for Trevor and Sue last year.
Well, yeah, I kind of want to back up a little bit. I think, so I believe we bid last year. And so there's a big difference between quoting and bidding, and we talked about it at the time. We are recommending quoting this year, which means basically we would buy off cooperative purchasing, because we found after we bid, and this kind of ebbs and flows, whether it's better to bid or to buy off cooperative purchasing. We found last year, and we're still seeing that buying off cooperative purchasing is a little better right now, because we can basically call up a vendor in 1 or 2 days. We can get quotes from various vendors that are on cooperative purchasing, and we know what the number is. So it's different than bidding. If we are recommending bidding, that is a prescribed process. It takes like 5 weeks, and I think it would be a different answer. Quoting, I would say that if you're unsure on the numbers that we would like, I think it would be better to wait. I don't want to say this incorrectly, but I don't want to waste the vendor's time if that's not what we're doing, because then next time we need something, they might not sharpen their pencil as much. So my recommendation is that the board feel comfortable with the number we're going out with before we ask vendors to give us pricing.
And to piggyback on something that you just said, in my own mind, because I don't know the direction that the district wants to go, it could even be that we want more Chromebooks and a quote for more because of various ideas that we might have with computer labs and things like that. So I don't know.
Or it might not be Chromebooks, it might be a different device.
Exactly, I don't know in any direction.
Isn't the number, though, already carefully configured with a 2-to-1 model as we go from grades 5 to 9 and then up to 12? I mean, isn't that already in the board briefing? What are we going to ask to go back for if that's already configured here?
It's configured for those grades, but not any move that we would make in a different direction with other grades.
Right.
So if we don't use Chromebooks anymore, and what is the thought on that?
That would be the direction that we would want to talk about in March.
Yeah, I mean, I
Is that
think we have to.
realistic? I mean,
It
what
is
would-
actually.
What would we go to? What
Well,
would we go to? I'm just
okay.
asking, like
Well,
what?
There, I mean, there could be, okay, prior to, 2019, we had computer labs in all of our elementary schools,
So you're talking about stationary computers in a classroom?
potentially.
It could
But
still-
again,
it
this
could
is, I
still be
mean, this
Chromebooks
is a
if they're the
conversation.
most cost
So is
effective.
Well,
Dr.
it-
Bryson, can you weigh in here?
I absolutely can. We did have computer labs prior to 2019, and we found them to be an extreme hassle in trying to scheduling them with 25 classrooms of kids, and you might have 2 computer labs. And you get to the point where you just don't use them at all because it's a challenge just if I need to take my kids in at this time or that time. I know I heard testing come up a lot. While that is now regulation that we're going to take them online, I get that. But we use this as kind of our storage of content and curriculum as well. I know that can be like perceived as the kid gets on the computer all day long. But as you saw the data, our numbers at the elementary school might have been less than an hour a day for most grades that there was actual screen time on the Chromebook. So I think there's an argument to be made both ways. Well, then you don't need as many Chromebooks. But there's an issue of, at some point, it becomes an extreme hassle and efficient for the teacher, for our people who use it as a tool, not as the teacher itself, but as a tool. And I'm not promoting more use of Chromebooks. I'm simply stating what it's used for now. And I think what I heard was, let's get an educational workshop in March. That's a short period of time because I really want to do due diligence with it too. Like, we want impact we want teacher feedback. We want principal feedback on how they're being utilized and what it would do. I mean, my question is, what's the goal? Is it less Chromebooks? I don't think so. I know that's how this discussion came up as a result of the item. Or is the goal less screen time? Because if it's
Maybe both?
it could, but there's a drive towards what's the goal for not purchasing them? Is it because kids are going to use it, but they won't be able to use it as much? Because we have a say in that as well. Even though we have the tool, it doesn't mean we necessarily need to be on them as much. That's my question, but I can tell you when we unpackage it, I think we're going to find that it's ease of use as much as it is that it's better to have a Chromebook or versus a textbook or whatnot. I could tell you moving into the secondary level as far as like textbooks and that type of stuff. If I went back to 2010, we were still spending probably hundreds of thousands on textbooks. And now we're not necessarily buying online textbooks, in some cases maybe, but we're utilizing resources that are available, primary resources that are free and utilized. So it becomes more of a library of information that you can access when needed. So I guess we need a little bit of that guidance to design a workshop around that, I think, and to have the information that you're seeking to be able to make that jump.
The workshop wasn't so much deciding whether or not Chromebooks or not, or what ages or what grades. It was more trying to catch the general public on what other countries and the data that's coming out right now with the harmfulness that ed tech specifically is doing for education. And it is undeniable now. So it's not necessarily advertising, this is what we're going to do because of it. It's, do we know what it is? That was more the intention of the presentation.
You know, I mean, I think, you know, Sweden did all digital 10 years ago. They're going back. They're, you know, they're not saying no tech, but they're actually saying we need to focus on the actual tactile learning, textbooks, hands-on, you know, handwriting, reading a book, all of that. You know, reading stuff on the screen does not stick like reading it from a book does. That's basic cognitive science. I guess, you know, my direction, or what I would love to see, you know, we should be teaching about technology, not teaching everything through technology, because I don't think it works.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind. Can Trevor or Susan tell me, what is the average cost of one of these Chromebooks? Give or take, ballpark it.
I remember last year's.
I would argue somewhere around $400.
Yeah, and
It depends.
because we have other components on it than what you would buy off like an Air. 'Cause, you know, you think of that's what I would say, but let us look it up, because.
So we're looking a line item, and I understand this is not purchasing it right now, I get that, this is just going out. We're in a period right now, I'm looking from a financial standpoint, that's a $250,000 line item. We're trying to actually crunch our budget, not expand it. And now we're talking about other ideas that we don't know which direction we're really going. You know, are we gonna stick to this 2-to-1, are we gonna increase, decrease? And now we're throwing a number at it of 550. While understanding that is what we are currently looking at, but considering we don't know if that is gonna be the number in the future, and now we wanna throw a line item of $250,000 on it, I can't justify that currently.
Yeah, and I mean, the motion on the floor pushes this to March. It doesn't make any determination on what the ultimate decision is. It's just a motion to table.
But if
What are
I'm
we gonna
hearing you
do in
correctly,
March?
Dr. Brayson, you're saying that that may not be a realistic timeframe for you to really put that together.
Agreed.
So if
Agreed.
it gets put, let's play out some scenarios. If it gets pushed to April, let's say, so that we can have due diligence and a thorough presentation, what is the timeline for purchasing Chromebooks? You know, is that hampering that timeline of, I mean, whether it be 550, whether it be 250, whether it be 750, what does that timeline look like for actually purchasing them?
So if the board, let me make sure I understand, is the board giving approval for the quote in April, or are they giving us the approval to ask for a quote in April? Because that's going to make it, that's different.
Ask for in April.
And ask for a quote, which means we're not awarding till May.
Right.
So we're not awarding till the end of May because it's a late board meeting. We're going to struggle to get them in early July, which is ideal so that our folks can take the Chromebooks, get them, unpackage them, get them ready, get all the you know, we have to log them all in, we have to code all of them. It's going to be tight, plus I can say this for vendors. You want to get in early on technology. If you want it in early summer, we used to do this. We used to wait till May or June to make those determinations. We would get the stuff in October after school started, which is not ideal for anyone, the students or our staff, because now they're trying to get school up and running and get these Chromebooks ready. So there's a reason why we bring these things at the time of year we do, because we kind of have learned over the years what works and what doesn't. The longer you wait, I think the more pressure you put on everyone, including the teachers that now are accepting the Chromebooks in October and having to get the permission for it and all those things from parents. So I do think it creates challenges. I would say if at all possible, any month moving this direction. If it's not this month, okay, but if we could get approval in March and bring it back in April, that helps. Anything helps that direction.
Is there precedent for board members to present?
Within a workshop?
Okay.
In a
So-
board meeting. I mean, we could do that just as other business anyway, right?
Yeah, you can,
Joe, you up for it?
I don't think there's anything prohibiting it.
So the cost of the Chromebooks last year, we were able to pull it up to you, grab that for us.
It's up to you.
It was $434 per unit with all of the payment components and everything on it.
So your number was real close, Jeremy.
Was I close?
Yeah, it's close.
It's redneck math.
238,000.
Man, that's darn close.
That's because he's using a Mac, not a Chromebook.
It was a
It
decent
was
rounding
That was
error.
just a
Yeah,
math.
good
Pretty
estimate.
close.
Because I don't use technology like
He
that.
calculated that on a Mac, not a Chromebook.
Can I just want to add to this. I think that whatever information would be presented, I'm sure we would all be interested in. I don't have any problems with that. From my lens, just working in a corporation, rolling out change through systems, I really worry about, I think we need to have these conversations, and I think this is a philosophical conversation, just like AI was a philosophical conversation. And I think to expect that changing the devices, it's an instructional shift, and everything is a digital curriculum right now, and to expect that we would be at a place in May to make that decision and have to roll that out in August feels very aggressive to me. Now, again, I'm not an educator, so I don't really know what goes beyond. So I don't think the question really is so much about having a conversation about all of this. I think the question is it even realistic to think that we could do such a shift in such a short amount of time?
I can answer that. I'm completely uncomfortable thinking that that's going to go well in an organization this size. Knowing some of the feedback we've already gotten from the decision last year to go 2-to-1 grades K through 3. If we're talking about going all elementary, I would suggest then that's multiple discussions over time and involving staff and the stakeholders that are most impacted. Because even this discussion tonight could be creating a whole lot of anxiety for a whole lot of people. That's just my 2 cents with it. I don't, but
I would like to marry the two things that both Board Director Samantha Hall said and Dr. Bryson, you said as well. I understand the ask, and I'm not even holding back the cards and saying you can't know. I truly do not know where my headspace is with this and and so it truly is just a conversation. What my fears are, we'll say it this way. What my fear is, the momentum of going forward with this. I understand that we might not be able to onboard currently right now for next year a whole new direction. That absolutely makes sense for me. But I also know that there are dangers that the general public has not appropriately been updated on. If we're moving towards a direction, fine, that's great. And sometimes it has to be incremental changes. But I would like to pause now to maybe even do this exact thing next month, just to be able to hear the presentations so that the momentum isn't driving. Just a month is all I'm asking to buy. Not talking about changing everything next school year. That's not on the table right now. That's too much. But I do want us to be thinking about it.
I think the other piece to it, we have a comp plan process that'll go into motion next year.
Yeah, it's a whole big thing.
We will be requesting that 2 board members, as we've had previously, sit on that, which could be our 2 education committee folks. And as a part of those meetings, a part of that comprehensive plan could be a discussion on
Fair.
devices and use, and that would go through the period of next year, because it has to be approved around this time, February,
Yeah,
March
we
of next year.
we'd bring it to the board in February 2027 for approval in March.
And my intent is to have once, I mean, maybe we're unmoved. Maybe the presentation next month is like, okay, well, that's no big deal, right? My intent is to have onboarding with teachers, with staff, with admin, with board, with parents, with students, because we don't know what we don't know. And having, it can be gentle, it doesn't have to be aggressive, but have a redirect based on the intent that an understanding that we all can have. That's kind of the ask that I'm having. Not a huge move right now, just a month to buy time.
And it's possible that what it comes down to is we learn enough in that time that we say, okay, we definitely know we're changing the direction, and so maybe with the change in direction that we know we're gonna do, at least a part of the change in direction we know we're gonna do, maybe we only need 450 rather than 500. Maybe it's not. Maybe it does make a difference, but maybe it's not the difference between 550 or zero.
I wouldn't expect that it would be zero. I can't imagine that it would be.
But to start to get clarity around that direction, I think would be helpful.
So what is the 550 number? What is that to?
So that relates back to the Chromebook rollout plan that Mr. Hunt and Mr. Carrington put together, really so that you hold the Chromebook for 4 years. So that's based upon that. So it's that grades 5 through 12. So as they move into those new grades, then the new students get them in those grades. Does that make sense?
How many did we order last time?
460,
Huh?
460.
Less.
Well, different classes, different cohorts, different class sizes. I mean, they can look ahead and see, well, who's in 4th grade now, who's going to be in 5th grade next year.
So is this number taking into consideration, or was it revised for the 2-to-1 model in the younger classes? So it already was? Because there has to be a certain percentage of books that are retired year over year, you know, so whatever that number is, say 250, that's not going to pay, you know, so that retirement process is going to happen, you know, one way or the other. However, there is a lot of wisdom, I feel like, in saying we don't want 100 Chromebooks sitting around that we're not using, you know. Of course, we want to have some backups.
Yeah, and we have some 5th-year machines now, so as the gentlemen were putting the plan in place, we have some 5th-year machines. So some of the 460, the 550 is as we're getting older machines, and like you said, they're obsolete. That some of that is that too.
So, I mean, so if this is already taking into consideration the change of the 2-to-1 and then 1-to-1, depending upon the grades, then we're not necessarily going to be, you know, we may be looking at forward vision, but we're not necessarily looking at immediate change. Then there may not be the need to table it, but I do think that we could at least have that component answered inside of 30 days. We don't have to answer the future direction, but we can at least inside of 30 days answer whether 550 is the right number, or is 450 the right number, or 420, or whatever that is. Certainly, I would think in 30 days we could hammer that out, and maybe 550 is the right number, you know, but we certainly could. What I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to find the pathway of being able to do the due diligence, giving Dr. Pryson the appropriate amount of time to be able to put that together so that it's a comprehensive approach, and still be able to meet the deadlines of being able to get the books here in a timely fashion for the coming school year.
So not asking in April, but asking in March.
Yeah, like basically just 1 month to really make sure that, yes, this is the right number, because it is a large expense. You know, it is $250,000, so maybe it is the right number, you know, but I don't think 30 days to answer that question is going to prevent us from getting here by next school year. At least it didn't sound like it would.
And again, some of it's, things change in the world all the time, especially with technology. So I think we will be better if we know that in April than if we know that in May. But the closer we get to that July 1st date, the less chance of us pulling it off.
So would we know by next time how many laptops are scheduled or Chromebooks are scheduled to be retired? I mean, is that what we're thinking, 550? Like, we know 550 need to be retired, and that's why we're getting the 550?
So it's based upon the grade levels, so those exiting from 12th grade, 8th grade, and 1st grade, those books then they're 5th year machines. So you're holding them for 4 years. So it's really based on the class sizes. And of course, in 1st grade, it's only half because it's 2 to 1. And so it's based upon that plan. So we can kind of bring back more of the details of, I think what you're looking for, the details of how we came up with the 550. But
Yeah,
it's
like, I
based-
want to know if we don't do 550 and we do 250, what does that mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, what does that mean?
Agreed.
Does that mean like K through 6? Like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know. Yeah, fair point.
Like to call the question, Mr. President?
All right, so we have a motion and a second to table. Do we need a roll call vote on this maybe, do you think? Or
What we could do is we could have those in favor signify by saying aye. And
Okay,
and
all right.
So
all in favor of the motion to table, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay. Am I the lone nay?
I've been it before, don't worry.
the ayes have it.
My nay was because I think the due diligence has already been done with that total. I don't know that I feel necessarily in either way that it's going to change too much. So that's why. Just giving you my rationale.
The tabling was for 1 month, though.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Item 9.14 is other items of business. Having none, I turn it back to you, Mr. President.
All right. Moving on to item 10, personnel and policy. I will turn it over to our personnel and policy chair, Mrs. Samantha Hall.
Okay, moving on to item 10.02. This would constitute a first reading of the board policies for the current policy cycle. As per our board policy process at the January board meeting, the board received policies that were presented and discussed at the February 17th Personnel and Policy Committee meeting. Tonight constitutes the first reading of these policies. I will say that of the 24 that we reviewed on Tuesday, 18 of them are moving forward. 6 will end up going back to a first read next month because they had significant changes. So I would just say that the policies will be published for public review by next week, and then we'll move to a second read of those 18 policies in March with a board vote. Upon passage of the vote, the policies are final approved and effective. And I just encourage anybody to watch the Personnel and Policy Committee meeting from Tuesday, February 17th for the discussion on these policies. And that's all I have on that one. And then on item 10.03, this is an action for a motion for Dr. Bryson's attendance at the LIU 12 Superintendent Symposium. So I make a motion to approve Dr. Bryson attending the 2026 LIU 12 Fall Superintendent Symposium in Spartanburg, South Carolina on September 23rd to 25th, 2026. This event will focus on transformational leadership, brand transformation, continuous improvement, and innovation, and will include a visit to Spartanburg High School. Flights and lodging to be paid by the LIU 12. Cost to the district is not to exceed $500. I make a motion to, did I say that? I make a motion to approve that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? All right, hearing none, that motion carries. And then item 10.04, other items of business. I have one. Because, I actually had this thought before this conversation, but because we are having so many conversations that center on instructional changes, just with the the generative AI policy that we have, the educational technology products, Chromebook usage, digital curriculum and resources. I would like to review our policy 101, which is our philosophy of education, in the next policy cycle, as it was adopted in August 1992 and last reviewed in October 1995.
Which policy was that, 101?
101. And,
Yep, go ahead.
yep, and that's all that I have.
That was a teaser.
All right, item 11, buildings and grounds. I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on to 11.01, we have the water test report for January of 2026, which is there for our information. On to 11.02, we have the buildings and grounds report for January of 2026. And before you start, Mr. Buffington, I would also like to comment on all of the hard work done by our maintenance crews with the storm. It was imperative to stay ahead of that one because it got really messy afterwards. It's great to see how that everyone responded and the response of the crew. So kudos to our guys.
We may have another opportunity come Sunday.
I hope not.
We hope not either, but
So done.
we'll stay tuned.
I think it's went from 8 inches to 1 to 2, and now they're not sure again.
Right. Flip the coins, you know. But yeah, thanks for those words, and yeah, we truly have a great crew, you know, that responds. So we appreciate that effort.
Okay. Moving on to 11.03, we have the addendum to the Guaranteed Energy Savings Act. That is there for our information and for the community. During Tuesday night's Buildings and Grounds meeting, this and many other things were just discussed in great detail. Also, if you saw earlier in Ms. Green's presentation about our future projects, they were also discussed at great detail in that meeting. So if you have interest, you can go back to that meeting on our YouTube channel and see the things that were discussed. Okay, moving on to 11.04.
I have 11.03 as an action item.
Yep. New vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Clicked on the wrong thing, my mistake. I have a motion to approve an addendum to the Guaranteed Energy Savings Act agreement with Reynolds Energy Services Incorporated, doing business as SiteLogic Energy Services Incorporated, at a lump sum not to exceed $712,275. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so this is for the coatings on the standing seam roofs and the skylights at Shrewsbury Elementary for the community's information. Do we have any more discussion on that?
Just can't wait to find out if we get that grant money.
That would be great. So, then, any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.04, I would like to make a motion to approve the builder's risk insurance policy with the Selective Insurance Group for an increased amount not to exceed $886 for the addendum to the 2026 Greatest Needs Project. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
So this is to cover for the addendum we just made. Any nays or abstention? Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Okay, moving to 11.05, I'd like to make a motion to approve a transfer in the amount of $720,000, which is $712,000 for the Giza addendum, $120,000 for the installment 7 of the artificial turf, less the undesignated funds in the capital reserve fund of $112,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. I have a motion to approve the resolution to request a public school facility improvement grant not to exceed $5 million from the Commonwealth Finance Authority to be used for eligible mechanical improvements at Southern Elementary School, Southern Middle School, and Shrewsbury Elementary School. There is a fee of $100 to apply, 25% match requirement, and the application is due March 13th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
So this is something that SiteLogic is working with us on. Also, if we are able to obtain any of this grant money, it would be applied not to the project that is currently in the works for this coming summer, but potentially the other projects moving forward in 27, 28. So, any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.07, motion to approve advertising for bids for HVAC air filters for the district for the 2026 to 2027 school year. Do I have a second?
Second?
This is something that we do yearly, and just so that people know, this is just for the filters. We take care of their maintenance in-house. Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? None, motion passes. Moving on to 11.08, I would like to make a motion to approve a contract with Triangle Fire Protection Incorporated of Carlisle, PA, to perform the required 5-year hydrostatic test on the fire department connection at a cost of $9,780. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Moving on to 11.09, we have a discussion here in regards to First Energy having a desire to amend the easement agreement on the property that we own outside of New Freedom. We discussed this earlier on in our meeting, and essentially came to the understanding that we probably should wait to see what we determine to do with the land, because we wouldn't want to give them the ability to do something that might detract from us being able to sell the land. So we felt it best to just hold off and wait and see till those other things get flushed out, and then make the decision.
Makes sense.
Okay? Moving on to 11.
So can I just ask a question? Since you're having that discussion, I just want to make sure the board feels comfortable that we reach out to First Energy and let them know that you're holding on that decision for now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had clarification. Mr. Buffington and I'll reach out to them.
Yeah, not to be one more person you're struggling with, right? But that's how these things go. Okay, moving on to 11.10, refuse and recycling collection contract to Penn Waste. I'd like to make a motion to award the refuse and recycling collection contract to Penn Waste of York, PA, for a 3-year period beginning July 1st, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second?
So, Mr. Buffington, if you could speak a little bit about the work that you did on this and the results that you came up with, I think it'd be great.
Sure. As you can see, we obtained 3 bids. 2 others did not submit bids, but we had, very good discussion with the haulers. Penn Waste is our current hauler, so we're recommending to extend with them. But one of the things we looked at, as we do with refuse and recycling or anything else, how can we reduce costs and things? So one of the things we did look at is reducing the amount of recycling pickups. as well as some reduction in the summertime. And it did yield very good results for us. So typically we were in the neighborhood of $60,000 a year, and now we're in the 30s. So certainly some things with collection of recycling and things. We will have some efforts on our staff's part and food services staff, but certainly worth the cost savings.
Certainly, and I commend you on a 50% decrease, so that's in that neighborhood, but that's a commendable thing. Thank you very much.
That's great.
Do we have any other discussion?
Yes, what will the food services team have to do differently?
What's that?
What will the effect be on the staff?
Certainly is, with the recycling and trash going out, just making sure that the dumpsters aren't getting overfilled, and particularly on the recycling side, you definitely, breaking those boxes down is important, making sure that there's not those voids in the recycling that, will allow time for that pickup to come.
And specifically in cafeteria, of course, if they would use recyclable trays, that's the cost of Whitson's as part of their contract. But what we find is if you just throw those trays in the trash can, like if the kids just throw them in, the volume is enormous. So we have the children stack them and we put them in so that the volume is reduced. And believe it or not, that's a huge difference in our dumpsters on how that.
We saw that one time over at, we were having lunch over at Southern Elementary.
Yeah, and
Saw that.
we have them, that they were stacking them.
Yeah.
And that's really to reduce the volume, because if they just throw them in there, it fills a trash can like almost instantly. And then when it gets in the dumpster, it fills them up. And we have where we used to have extra dumps because of the recyclable trays. And so now we stack them.
How frequently do we use the recycled trays versus the reusable washable?
We try not to. I mean, really, that's if we'd had staff call in and they don't have enough staff to run the dish machine and those kinds of things. So we try not to. They're doing well with staffing, so we haven't lately had as much, but it'd really now be a sickness or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and if that dumpster's overfilled, we pay for it.
Yeah, there are charges for that, and not to speak about AI again or more about AI, but I learned through this process that the top of the trash hauling truck actually has some AI functions that looks at the dumpsters to tell them if it's overfull.
And then they charge you accordingly.
They bill you.
It's everywhere.
It sounds kind of silly, but I thought you could tell it's overfilled just because the lid is up or something.
You would think so.
We now have robots looking at the lid.
We can't see it anymore with the robot.
I'm sure it depends on how much it's overfilled by how much you're getting charged, so.
I think the big piece is, we can see it, they're going to bill us.
The robot can tell you how much the lid is up.
Okay, any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Moving on, 11.11, motion to approve advertising for bids for landscaping services for the district beginning July 1st, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Is this landscaping we are not doing ourselves?
What's that?
Is this landscaping that we are not doing ourselves?
Yes, and it's a blend of things that we do in-house, and this would be the contracted service.
Such as, can you give me an example of what this would be? That we
Yeah, I mean, such as treating turf, grass, so as well as weed control. And we do some of that in-house, but the larger treatments of weed control. It also include some of the larger mulch applications. And we do some of that in-house, but the larger applications of that, it would include. And one of the things for a financial standpoint that we're going to do, because we're trying to drive this cost down as well, we're going to set up a base bid part, but also alternates, so then we can select from a budgetary standpoint. This would also include, back when we put the seating and top dressing, that's in here as well. I'm looking to probably reduce some of that. So basically, instead of treating those fields, we were on an every other year. We may extend it. We've gotten some really good results. So we may be able to extend, instead of doing fields every other year, extend it out a little bit. So looking to save, 10, 15,000, 20 maybe, over the cost of these contracts, and we're bidding it out, so we will get competition with it.
Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Moving on to 11.12. This is use of facilities. Is there more information? Moving on to 11.13, other items of business, which I do not have any. Back to you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item 12, transportation, health, and safety. I will turn it over to Mr. Hash.
Thank you, President Hinkle. 12.01, we have the student transportation report for January. It's attached there. Just wanted to highlight two things. We did recruit one driver, and they are still recruiting a first student, still looking for 5 more vacancies to be filled. So if you know anybody, apply there. Out of all the stop arm violations, just want to draw attention to, there was 5 passing head-on. So when the car and the bus are, crossing each other, that was the most that we had. The other incidents were at 0 or down to 1. Just want to bring a little attention to that. 12.02, the second quarter discipline data, and turn over to you, Dr. Ruppert.
Thank you, Mr. Hash. So good evening, Board. I just want to speak a little bit about our second quarter discipline, as well as what I shared at the November 18th board meeting reviewing the first quarter discipline, specifically about state reportable data. Due to policy changes at the federal level, detentions were no longer included when we're doing our state reportable through the Safe Schools report. Detentions were no longer state reportable unless it was relevant to a state reportable offense. So the question would be, what would be a state reportable offense that detentions could be related to? And in the executive content, I did break down state reportable offenses such as criminal trespass, vandalism, disorderly conduct, weapons, possession, sale of vaping material, controlled substances. So they're your major infractions that are state reportable offenses. So prior to this school year, any detention would have been counted in our discipline data, whether it was a state reportable offense or not a state reportable offense. And some of the non-state reportable would be misuse of technology, bus misbehavior, inappropriate use of cell phone, late to class, etc. So when I reported the discipline data back in November, I indicated that detentions were no longer state reportable unless it was related to a state reportable infraction. Okay, is that, am I, to the board, are we clear with that, understand with that? So the numbers that I reported back in November were state reportable offenses specific to detentions, which the numbers were low. And President Henkel, we had a discussion, and you said, well, our detentions are lower, does that mean we're having less discipline? Or, I think that was how I...
Yeah, fewer incidents.
So, when it was specifically related to state reportable offenses, that would be correct. But we do have a number of detentions that we have not, that would have been reported previously, that I have included now in the chart that we have up here. So just to walk through it, there's now an area that I have indicated that is now grayed with asterisks. So when we're looking at code of conduct that detentions were related to, that were not state reportable, we're now going to include that data, if that makes sense to everybody. So I want to look specifically at the detentions. For the first marking period, what was reported was 18 under sanction S10. But when we did a little further digging, we actually had 79 additional detentions that were assigned during the first marking period that were not an infraction that was state reportable. So why I'm including that is in the past, that in the previous 3 years when I presented this data, those numbers would have been combined. But after having our discussion and speaking with Mr. Wilson, we believe that, we wanted to be able to go back, find that, identify those total number of detentions that would have been reported in the past, but we're going to note them on here as not state reportable offenses. And here's why I mentioned that. When we do our Safe Schools report at the end of the year, that includes the data that I have been presenting over the last 3 years by marking period. So when you go from marking period 1, 2, 3, 4, we get to the end of the school year, that data already transfers into that Safe Schools report. What would not be included in the Safe Schools report this year is that area that's in gray, because those detentions, as well as those student code of conduct that were related to those detentions are not state reportable, would not be on that form. But for the public and for the board, we wanted to make sure that we're reporting that specific data back to each and every one of you. So that was a change from our November meeting to this meeting, but we will continue to, or I'll continue to indicate in that grade section there of those student code of conduct infractions that are not state reportable, as well as the detentions that were not listed as state reportable at this point.
So for getting comparable data, the 256 in student code of conduct in 24-25 would then be comparable to what 149 in marking period 2. So it would be the sum of the 96 and the 53. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So it is still a decrease.
There's still a decrease, but going back to our November 18th meeting, now we're closer to our apples to apples.
Right, so
By
November
accounting for
meeting, it
those.
was not apples to apples. Much of that decrease could be accounted to the reporting difference, whereas this decrease is apples to apples.
That is correct.
Which, that's encouraging. I mean, it's almost
Yeah.
100.
Yeah.
You may not know the answer to this question, but if you look at the Safe Schools data year over year, I guess there's going to be a drop-off this year across the board for everybody.
For everybody, that'll be correct.
Okay, so that data will never be apples to apples, at least over this period.
Yeah, if you're going and getting them from the state, it won't be.
Okay.
Quick question. So I'm noticing on the side that shows marking period 1, marking period 2, if I look at the total infractions and I look at the total kind of actions taken, they're kind of comparable. 160 for marking period 1, 167 disciplinary actions taken, 185, 182. If I look at this side though, looking at last year, 278 versus 229, that actually seems like a lot more infractions than actions taken. Do you know what's going on there?
This is something we talked about before, I think.
Yes.
Let me see if I can say what he's going to
Okay.
say. Some of the the actions taken were for more than one infraction. Like, one event fell under 3 of the categories up
Okay,
here.
so-
there's only one infraction for those 3 things.
So you were yelling at someone, there was a minor altercation, and there was a fight related to, and
Yep.
there was
And
one
they
discipline for all of
And there's
that.
one
Okay, so that's just, okay, so that's just a kind of a fluke of the way that those incidents occurred, and it wasn't that way this marking period too, that
And
was
the
more
other-
one for one.
And the other point, Joe, great job. You got it. The other part, in the executive, when I broke down state reportable, non-state reportable, to Joe's point, there were other infractions that if a detention was assigned, an after-school detention, Saturday school detention, they might have been more of them might have been grouped into maybe a suspension or multiple detentions. So, Joe, you were correct with your understanding and remembering that.
I figure I'd try.
And as a past assistant principal, sometimes they stack up on you. So one child has 3 referrals before you ever saw them for the first.
So there's,
So there's one consequence.
there's one consequence.
There's one
that's
consequence
bigger than,
for
And
multiple
if you could
infractions.
stay ahead of that, these numbers all of a sudden change, even though their discipline was.
so when you catch it quickly, it gets to look more like this marking period too,
Right.
this.
Yes, yes,
Especially in the spring.
Again, that sounds good.
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ruppert. Any more questions? All right, 12.03, other items of business. I have none. Back to you, President Hinkle.
Thank you. Moving on to item 13, athletics and extracurricular. I will turn it over to Mrs. Mary Lee Hall.
Okay, thank you. So the Warrior winter sports season has flown by, with many teams wrapping up their regular season, and now student athletes are looking towards spring sports beginning March 2nd. And here's a summary of the current highlights over the past few weeks. So boys basketball, the Warrior boys basketball journey has been one of continuous improvements, with many close games and wins to close the season. The varsity team finished 6th and 16. Girls basketball, the Warrior girls basketball team finished the season strong, 2nd place in the York Adams Division II with a league record of 10-2 and overall standing of 17-5. They qualified for the York Adams tournament, lost to DeLone Catholic 29-31 in a hard-fought game on February 2nd, but earned the 4th seed in the PIAA District 3 5A tournament, which they hosted Eastern Lebanon County this past Tuesday at SHS and won big. Elena Snyder led all scorers with 18 points, while Johanna Bissett added 12 points, advancing to the 2nd round, hosting another District 3 tournament against Lampeter Strasburg tomorrow night, where, do you remember? Caleb told you. At the high school tomorrow at 7. Cheerleading. The Warrior cheerleaders continued to support our high school and middle school athletes this winter and created exciting participation in the winter pep rally. Girls wrestling. The high school girls wrestling team was able to host their first ever team duel in the beginning of February against Eastern York. The teams matched up well in weight classes for a competitive opportunity between teams. While the final score did not reflect a win, the match was one that came down to the last few bouts. Either way, the team made SYCSD history in starting the program and many firsts. The team participated in the PIAA District 2 sectional individual tournament last Friday, where Taylor Sturdivant finished 5th in her weight class, and she will be the alternate for the district regional tournament on Saturday the 28th at Manheim Township. And for boys wrestling, the Warrior boys wrestling team finished their regular season in 4th place in the York Adams Division II with a 2-3 league record and overall record of 6-7. Several wrestlers participated in the PIAA District 3 sectional in the individual tournament this past weekend. Trevor Kalp was the sectional champion in the 107 weight class and advanced to district regional tournament taking place tomorrow and Saturday at Spring Grove. In addition, Henry Heilman finished 6th place in his 145 weight class and will be an alternate. Swimming, the girls, boys, and girls swimming teams finished their regular season meets in the last few weeks. The girls' team finished in second place, and the boys' team finished in fourth place for the York Adams Division II standings in the YAIAA Championships on February 7th. The following swimmers were medalists: Gracie Burton for fourth place for the 550 free, Lauren Kalmanovich, seventh place for 100 backstroke, girls 200 free relay, Gracie Burton, Callie Shue, Carly Abels, and Lauren Kalmanovich, eighth place. Girls 400 free relay, Gracie Burton, Ilya Swenson, Carly Abels, and Lauren Kalmanovich, eighth place, all of them. Congratulations. We have 22 swimmers competing next weekend, February 27th and 28th, in the PIAA District 3 Championships at Cumberland Valley to advance to the state showdown. Unified Bocce. The Warrior Unified Bocce teams have had a great regular season, with Team 1 finishing in second place with a record of 6-3, and Team 2 finishing in 13th place with a record of 4-5. Team 1 qualified for the York League playoffs, which took place last Tuesday at Spring Grove, and finished fourth place. Also, there are some postseason recognitions, one for football and one for soccer. The PA football new coaches select Class 4A All-State First Team Defense, Susky senior Donovan Jordan Brown, named first at defensive end. He is ranked in the top 14 in the state and top 1 in Division 4A for a stat. Very good. Also, PA Soccer Coaches Association have announced all-state teams for the 2025 season accomplishments, including our very own midfielder season, Neve Fanning. She'll be honored and recognized by PSCA. Congratulations to our outstanding athletes. And also, just a quick update about Chartwells and concessions and student athletic event admissions. Mr. Blandon is engaging in continued discussions with Booster and Chartwells with the goal of updating progress by the end of the month on report of ticket sales for all winter and fall seasons, as well as how free event admissions would impact revenues. He is also collaborating with local athletic directors to share ticket prices across York County in comparison. And also, you have a flyer on your desk. It's not as colorful as mine. But I just wanted to share so you can put it all on your refrigerators and you can attend and spend as much money as possible. The Susquehanna All Sports Booster Club is hosting the Trivia Night on March 14th at 5 o'clock in the new Freedom Community Center. So you can sign up to be a part of competing teams. I know some of you are really amazing with trivia. You just know a lot about everything, or a little bit about everything. So it'll be fun. And you get to enjoy amazing food choices at tasteful occasions. They come to the school often and treat us to tasty treats. Raffle baskets, 50-50 drawing, bake sale, and cash prizes, all for the benefit of our wonderful athletes. So folks in the community, board members, and families, all welcome to attend. So mark your calendars. I'm going to want to see you all, or I'm going to come to your house and ask you for money.
Maybe there should be team school board.
That's right.
I already have a team, thank you very much.
And that
I think
concludes
Mr.
the
Ash
athletic
is pretty
report.
good.
Thank you.
Trivia.
The trivia.
I'll be bringing my own team.
Well, there's a max, up to 10 participants in one team. We're only 9, we need an extra. Mrs. Green is pretty smart.
No trivia.
And my report is finished.
Any volunteers in the room?
All right.
Too, I have no other items of business.
All right. 14, committee report, other business. Anyone? All right. Moving on to 15, 15.01, Legislative Council.
Okay, thank you, President Henkel. Obviously, Sue and Trevor have already talked about the newly announced 2026, the next budget for Pennsylvania State. There's obviously a lot of wrangling that's going to have to happen before that gets approved. Hopefully, they don't wait till November to get it approved again. The only thing that kind of stuck out to me was that Governor Shapiro was advocating for bell-to-bell cell phone bans and guaranteed recess as part of his presentation on the budget, as far as education goes. Over in the House, there's a variety of bills moving through committees on school safety grants, school start times, social media literacy education, and teacher certification. Obviously, the only thing that's truly actionable right now is the Act 2 of mandating cursive instruction in schools. And the deadline for that is 60 days. So I'm looking forward to hearing and discussing how we're going to be embracing this in next month's Education Committee meeting. That is all I have.
So Senate Bill 1014 for the statewide cell phone ban in schools, that passed the Senate, right? It's in the House now?
It is, yes.
So it did have exceptions that are not much unlike what policy we have in place now. So when you say bell to bell, what does that mean actually without the exceptions that we already have with the teachers allowing them to use them for certain programs and then in between like lunches and hallways and things? I didn't see anything that showed that was different.
Yeah, I think our policy as it currently is written would probably fall in alignment with that.
Okay.
But I think philosophically, they're looking for students shouldn't be on their phone from when they get in the building till when they leave the building.
Sure.
That's kind of the philosophy behind it, but I think there is still some local wiggle room written into it.
Okay, thank you. York School of Technology?
We haven't had our meeting this month. We discussed all of the things that we discussed in our last meetings earlier in the agenda. But one thing, there is a open house open to any school board directors, superintendents. That is on February 26th at 5:30 p.m. If you would like to go, all they need you to do is RSVP because they are going to serve food and then do an open house for the, there you go, write
Is that
that
at the
down.
new property, go to go inspect the
No, not the
asbestos,
new
or what?
property.
No.
That does, we don't close, the closing on that's not till March.
So two things with that. We have the multicultural night going on, and we also have the Southern Elementary School art show, right? And there's something else, isn't there, Dr. Bryson?
What's the date again? I have it on my list.
February
26th.
26th. Next Thursday.
Multicultural night. That's all I have.
What time, Joe?
Okay.
5:30.
Oh, I can make it.
Yeah, that's basically the open house, and then the JOC will do their meeting after that. So, anybody who wants to go? If you need a contact, I'm not sure if Alice reached out to everybody. But
I think I shared it. Did I share that?
You did.
I think
Yeah.
I shared
Send us
that.
all an
yeah.
email.
Yeah. So just let them know, or let me know, and I'll help you. RCT.
LIU 12?
Thank you, President Hinkle. I will pass this to Dr. Bryson.
Thank you. Real quick, probably next month, we'll give you an update on Lincoln, actually York Learning Center, which the Lincoln IU utilizes for center-based programming. And the general gist of it is, just so you have where it's headed, is buildings in pretty disarray, hasn't been touched in a long time. We currently pay $62,000, let's say, membership fee per year. We've done that for over 25 years. And that was basically the bond to purchase the building from Central School District. And the purpose of the 13 districts getting together was to create a center-based program for the LIU to be able to utilize. Center-based programming is for the most, probably those students that have the most needs that can't be educated here. While we don't have a large number of students, we also don't have a whole lot of options on educational placements for them as well. And with that being said, I'd also say they still deserve, maybe even more so, a nice school building to attend. So the goal is to get to a place where the JOA decides on next moves, which would be they could sell the building and lease. We've determined that to be actually more expensive because whatever building leased would have to be built out anyway. And there are only one or two that are even in drivable distance that would be available. So the goal being right now, the discussion is having a notion of the maximum amount that 13 districts are be willing to go into a renovation project, because like anything, it could be baseline, bare minimum, 25, 30 million, or 90 million if you so wanted to get that extravagant. They're landing in the 50 million range right now as a ceiling, but the process of going through mapping out exactly what they're getting, eliminating wants versus needs, that's still to be taken place. But eventually, we're going to have to come back to you with the request similar to the York Tech process of, it's not quite land purchasing, but we would need the board to vote to move forward. Roughly speaking, for the high-end ceiling, we're in the 100,000 range, and we're at 60 now, or 68 now. So it is not a huge increase considering that has not raised in 25 years. So the add-on to that is a per student cost, so that not every member district's going to end up paying the same. You have a baseline 100,000, and then it's so much per kid that you have placed there. So that Southern has 6 kids versus 20 kids from York City or whatnot, they're going to pay much more per year. Overall. So that's the general layout of it. We'll have more to come, but I didn't want you to be blindsided by these JOA, JOC, you start getting confused with what you're talking about. So that's coming.
Thank you. York Adams Tax Bureau,
No report?
no report. Southern York County School District Foundation.
Very exciting. I had a nice little note on my desk when I got back. $7,900 made last night. Do you believe that at Battle of the Buildings? Oh my goodness, so exciting. Okay, I'll start with my report now. So Dollars for Scholars contenders have submitted their applications by the deadline of last Monday, February 9th, and the foundation is excitedly planning to review their submissions and award scholarships. So as you know, the Susquehannock Alumni Association and Southern York County School District Foundation hosted Battle of the Buildings last night, and the turnout couldn't have been better. There was so much joy in the air and exciting anticipation for all competitors last night. Huge thank you to the families of the community for coming out to support, and the district and the student body for promoting so well, including the Courier. I don't know if anybody's downloaded that on their cell phones, but it's just fun to see what the kids are up to every day on their reports. Congratulations to the high school team and the high school student team, led by none other, of course, than our very own student rep, who tied the champions, excuse me, for the secondary schools division, while Friendships teachers were the winners of the elementary schools division, and the Shrewsbury Elementary and their fans won the award for the most spirited. So the foundation members could certainly feel the spirit as cheers spilled over into out of the gymnasium for all of us to hear. The students were all decked out with hair glitter and face paint and adornments to match their team colored t-shirts. It was super fun, and it was great for all of us to share. And $7,900. I mean, Mr. Carrington, I don't know that he had anything left to sell, did you?
We have some chips and some soap.
Right. So be on the lookout for the foundation's next fundraising opportunity. That will be Give Local York, unless I'm wrong and we've got something else in there, Mrs. Green. But we'll be seeking donations for the silent auction. So if you have anything good that you'd like to donate, just bring it. Next month. Yeah. So that's happening April 30th to May 1st. The foundation will meet again on March 10th, and we look forward to coming together to discuss future plans to positively impact the Southern York County School District student body. And, a couple more things. I'm so sorry, I forgot. And Caleb's not here. So financial literacy scholarship contest. This is really amazing. Maybe I'll give it to Mrs. Green or Dr. Bryson to give to Dr. Sterner. So Pennsylvania students in grades 9 to 12 have been invited to enter the 13th Annual Student Financial Literacy Scholarship Competition. So the participants are encouraged to submit a short essay, poem, or video. I could see them doing videos that fits the year's theme, which is, what does financial literacy mean to me? It's a great question. So student winners will be announced and publicly honored during Financial Literacy Month, which occurs every year in April. Competition prizes offer one first place $1,500 award for each grade 9 through 12, one honorable mention $500 award for each grade 9 through 12, and one grand prize of $2,500 overall. So additionally, Harrisburg University will award a one-time $1,000 scholarship to each student who submits a competition entry and then applies and is accepted as a full-time student to their university. So I've got the information to apply here. It's just going to www.harrisburg.edu. And then also for the trades, construction-related scholarship program accepting applications too. So this is Keystone Contractors Association, or KCA, encouraging Pennsylvania students with an interest in construction to apply for the scholarship. So applicants must be Pennsylvania residents, attend Pennsylvania college, university, or trade school with a focus on construction-oriented degrees, and pursue education and careers with the goal of building and strengthening Pennsylvania's communities, economy, and infrastructure. So the scholarship program is open to graduating high school seniors as well as current college students who plan to work in the construction industry. This is the kicker. The scholarship is up to $10,000 every year in renewable funds. That's amazing. So that's at www.keystonecontractors.com. And I'm not sure who I can leave that with, that maybe Dr. Sterner can benefit some students with that information, but couldn't help but bring it up while we're talking about money in the foundation. And that concludes my report before anyone else falls asleep. It's late.
One wants your paper.
Oh, you do? Okay. Yes, please, front and back. Yeah.
I'll take care of that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Reppert.
All right, 15.06, other items of business. I have none. Secretary's report, the student activities report is there for your information for January 2026. Resignations and retirements, there are some there for your information. 16.03, other items of business, I have none. Which brings us to 17.01. The totals for home education, outside cyber charter, and LIU 12 Lincoln Edge cyber program are also there for your information. 17.02, we have a spring student intern placement. Owen Kogan from Messiah University Athletic Training Program is going to be placed with Kali Fancher and Madison Molfetto, cooperating athletic trainers at Susquehannock High School during the spring 2026 semester. 17.03, announcements by the board president and superintendent. I need to announce that we had an executive session on legal matters on February 6th and another on legal matters on February 17th. And then the Board of Education will hold an education meeting followed by a Finance and Budget Committee meeting on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 in the district office's multipurpose room beginning at 5:30 p.m. And the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Thursday, March 19th, 2026 in the district office's multipurpose room beginning at 7 p.m. Dr. Bryson.
Thank you, President Hinkle. Real quick, I just want to thank a couple staff members and volunteers. First off, Junior Achievement sponsored STEM Summit at the high school this past month. Thank you to all the volunteers that came out and assisted our high school staff with awesome activities. Also want to thank two of my colleagues that are here tonight, Mrs. Green, Mrs. Walker, for ensuring our students remain informed and prepared regarding all procedural aspects of scholarship and scholarship information night at the high school. Also want to thank Jen Collins and Chris Newland, both staff here for us at Southern, for their presentation to my superintendent's advisory on the role of the association and their role as officers with that association and our relationship between them and our administrative team. I also want to thank all of our counselors. We had Counselor Appreciation Week several weeks back. So a big thank you to our school counselors, social workers, and district social services coordinator for all the extra time and support they provide our students and families across the district. Want to also thank the high school staff for their latest rendition of the curriculum fair and coming out and sharing all the great things that are going on at the high school to support our students and also inform our parents. Also, big thank you to Matthew Knoll from Roxbury Treatment Center in Shippensburg, who shared potentially significant vulnerabilities towards vaping, tobacco use, and the support that district's attempting to do to minimize the impact of vaping across southern York County. I believe Matthew's a graduate? Yes, maybe? No? Different? Okay, my bad. Sorry, Matthew. You're lost not being a graduate. And then a couple of dates that I think might have been missed. I'll do real quick, 2/26, which was just brought up, Southern Elementary School's Multicultural and Art Show, as well as March 5th, Friendship Elementary School Literacy Night. Also that night, Shrewsbury Elementary School's Multicultural Fair, Teacher in Service on March 6th. And that is all I have. Keep living your dream.
Item 18, new business. Anyone? Well then, item 19, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Third.
Past bedtime.
Yep. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
There are these calendars here that Val Dennis